Norse mythology, a concise guide to the gods, heroes, sagas, rituals, and beliefs of Norse mythology. Written by Bernard Hayes. Narrated by J. Huff. Chapter 1. Nordic Beliefs. The traditional Nordic pagan belief system is splendid, intriguing, stirring, and ideological in nature. Norse religion signifies the religious ideals and practices of the Vikings of Scandinavia pre-Christianity, and is also referred to often as Norse mythology. The origins of Nordic mythology are unknown, as the tales, folklore, sagas, rituals, and beliefs themselves are ancient. Much of what is known of Norse mythology is derived from accounts of the religious practices observed by Christian missionaries, archaeological findings, and accounts from a small variety of Latin authors that include the likes of Julius Caesar. Scandinavia was converted from its traditional Norse belief systems to Christianity in the 10th century. The Norse paganism gradually disappeared over time. During the 11th century, as German and Anglo-Saxon missionaries continued to arrive, most of Scandinavia, Denmark, and Norway were thoroughly converted to Christianity. It is no far reach to assume that the Vikings had already been exposed and interacted with peoples of Christian faith during their raids throughout the British Isles and other Christian nations. And there is much archaeological evidence that suggests that Nordic pagan devotees and followers of Christianity were intermingled and cohabited for many years. Christian churches and Nordic pagan burial mounds stand together in many regions still. It is important to note that these pagan practices greatly influenced and impacted Christianity, although it is just as fair to say that Christianity influenced much of what we know of the Nordic pagan practices. Nordic paganism and the practices, rituals, and activities related to their belief system will always be somewhat of a mystery. The reason behind the unknown specifics is that most of what we know today about Nordic paganism was not documented or dictated until well after Scandinavia had already been thoroughly converted from paganism to Christianity. It was almost 200 years after this religious conversion took place that the Codex Regius, translated as the King's Book, was made available for public view. Included in the King's Book is a collection of Old Norse stories, poems, and Norse mythological practices depicting Nordic paganism. A bishop, Bjarnjolf Sveinsson, was given approximately 45 pages of vellum in 1643 describing the Norse mythology, culture, and poems. The King's Book is believed to have been written circa 1270, although this cannot be confirmed, as until the documents were handed to Bishop Sveinsson in 1643, the vellum documents had been hidden from the public. The King's Book is believed to be directly from ancient northern European indigenous tribes, but again, no one really knows who handed those 45 vellum pages to the bishop, or where they had been stowed for so many years. Bishop Sveinsson offered the vellum pages to the King of Denmark rather than keep them, and the King's Book remained in Denmark until 1971, when it was finally returned to its home in Iceland. What information there is was not written or translated until 2 centuries after the Norsemen and their rituals were buried. Realms in Norse mythology. Northern cosmology specifies 9 worlds, representative of states of being rather than physical places and these places were grouped around the world tree called Yggdrasil. The Norse believed that when the cycle of existence and life is completed, the realm would be ruined so that a new world could appear. Midgard, the world in which humans lived, was thought to be part of this hallowed universe. The shape of a person's life was thought to be determined by fate or destiny, established and preordained for each being by the Norse upon birth. But each person was also considered to be responsible for their own actions. It was also believed that the way in which each person's life played out depended on the individual's free will. So a balance of both destiny and free will determined a Norse person's life. After death, the Norse believed that the human spirit lived on with the gods or returned to the earth, could live on with their ancestors, or, as they also believed, one may choose to be reborn. But the emphasis on Nordic paganism was specifically on life and the way in which each decided to enjoy the life they led. Yggdrasil and the Well of Urd. The Vikings believed in realms within realms. These worlds were all contained within one universe, shared the cosmos, and were populated by a myriad of creatures. The idea of layers of worlds can easily be described as a similar concept of nesting dolls. One world within another world, within yet another world, 9 times in total. Binding these 9 worlds together was the Viking world tree, called Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil was an ash tree whose roots were believed to be located at the center of all the Nordic realms or worlds and grew out from the Well of Urd. The Norse believed that the 9 realms were held in the branches and roots of the Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil and the Well of Urd were not seen as a literal tree and wellspring, but believed to dwell within the heart of everyone and everything. The Well of Urd represents and corresponds to the past, and it was the past that nourished the Yggdrasil and influenced growth. The Yggdrasil represents the present tense and what is currently happening now in the moment. This continuum represents the Nordic ideal that time is fluid and cyclical rather than linear or start and end. The Well of Urd provided the nourishment to the Yggdrasil, flowing from the well into the tree, dripping from the tree and back into the well, only to repeat the cycle again and again. The idea of cyclical time, rather than linear, suggests that a strong belief in destiny existed amongst the Norse. Believed to reside within the realm of the Well of Urd were the Norns. The Norns were believed to design the earliest destinies of all beings who lived within the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. There was thought to be no absolute free will and no absolute destiny. Life was lived between the 2 ideals. Life, creation, and every living being was continuing a process that had been done many times before, and everything within the 9 realms was an active participant in life, from the gods to a grain of sand. Each one had a role to play. The 9 realms. To begin discussion of each realm or world, let us start with the easiest to comprehend. Midgard was the land of mortals in Norse mythology. This is the realm of humans, the land we walk on, and what we see every day in the physical world. Midgard was thought to be linked to the realm of the gods by something referred to as the Rainbow Bridge. The term Midgard has a double meaning and translates to middle enclosure. The final interpretation refers to civilization's place in the middle of the chaotic physical world, where everything was seen as unknown and wild. The second meaning behind Midgard refers to the concept that the physical world was positioned in the middle of the world of the gods and the underworld. The axis of these worlds is held by the Yggdrasil, which holds the realm of the gods in its upper branches, and the underworld is held amongst the roots. Asgard was believed to be the realm of the Aesir gods, and the sovereign of this world was Odin. Asgard was believed to be in the metaphysical sky and was acknowledged as the place where the gods all lived, communicated with one another, and observed humanity. Asgard was believed to be built by the gods themselves, and it was also believed that Odin's throne gave him an entire view of the universe. There are many dwellings in Asgard, but there were also many other places within the realm itself. The plains of Eidavall were believed to be bountiful fields where the gods of the Aesir clan would hold court to discuss important topics. And this was also the location of the Yggdrasil's third root, thought to anchor the tree to the physical world. Located as well in this divine realm was believed to be the utopia of Valhalla, a modern Christianity's version of heaven. Niflheim is described by Norse mythology as the realm of mist, and the name Niflheim translates to land of freezing mist. The Norse believed that Niflheim was positioned far into the north and positioned lowest in the Norse universe. Niflheim was the underworld, the land of the dead, and is comparative to modern Christianity's ideas of what hell may be like. This realm was thought to be where murderers, oath breakers, and low Vikings went when they died, as opposed to Valhalla. It was thought to be cold, always cloudy, and an unforgivingly harsh world. Vanaheimr was the realm of the Vanir, a group of gods that were associated with fertility, passion, beauty, and love. These gods differed from the Aesir gods, but according to Old Norse mythology, later united with the Aesir gods and became members of the main assemblage. The Vanir gods were also associated with nature, and the father of these gods was called Njord. Jotunheim was the world of the mighty Norse giants, who were often menacing and created havoc for the other gods and deities living in other realms. Giants were also forewarned as creating havoc for humans as well. Giants who dwelled in Jotunheim were forces of nature, and the realm they inhabited is described as grim and bleak, with deep forests that were almost uninhabitable, and mountains with perpetual winter. Alfheim was the world of elves in Norse mythology. They were believed to be two types of elves, and Alfheim was thought to be home to the light elves. This race of elves was described as beautiful, luminous, and were demigod-like creatures. Although it's not necessarily understood or well explained, it is stated in ancient texts that the god Freyr was the lord and ruler over the realm of Alfheim. The description of Alfheim is not known, but one can imagine the splendor and beauty considering the inhabitants of this world. Svartalfheim and Naravalir was believed to be the home of the second type of elves, often referred to as dark elves, and possibly the home of the dwarfs. The two most referenced Viking documents differ as to who lived in this realm, and the two ancient texts refer to this world by two names and describe two races of creatures. Either dark elves or dwarves may have been believed to inhabit this world, although it is just as likely that the references to different names and beings is simply a matter of different interpretation, and only one race was thought to live in this realm in ancient times. It is theorized that the realm of Svartalfheim and Nadavellir was an underground labyrinth, as dwarves were master craftsmen who could create gorgeous halls using precious metals. Muspelheim was the realm of the fire giants and was a world ruled by the giant Suter. Chapter 2: The Gods of Norse Mythology. Before we delve into the gods and goddesses of Norse mythology, it is important to note a few things to better understand where all the tales, poems, and sagas originate from. The Norse believed in many creatures that today are considered mythical beings. But, ironically, most gods and goddesses came from a lineage. There are thousands of gods and goddesses within the Norse paganism religion. Stories of creation, patronage, lineage, life, and death are all a part of Nordic culture. Gods were mythical in and of themselves, but they were created or born, and they could also die. While it would be impossible to note every single god and goddess, this chapter will reference many well-known gods and goddesses, as well as some that may be more obscure. Within Norse mythology, there are two tribes of gods. The Aesir were believed to be the goddesses and gods of war who dwelled within Asgard. The second tribe of gods and goddesses were the Vanir, and they lived in Vanaheim and were gods of fertility. Norse mythology tells a saga of the First War, and this war was fought by the Aesir and the Vanir gods. There will be more in regards to the first war ever fought later, but for now, we will dive into the major gods and goddesses of the Norse religion. Aesir gods and goddesses. Odin. Odin is the chief god of the Aesir and is often referred to as the All-Father. Odin was the powerful spirit of the universe, the embodiment of the air, the god of universal knowledge and triumph, and the leader and guardian of princes and heroes. As all gods were thought to be descended from him, he was also deemed All-Father. As eldest and chief amongst the Aesir gods, Odin occupied the highest seat in Asgard. The seat in which Odin sat was known as the Hildskalf, and this chair was not only a throne, but a seat in which to watch over all the realms in Norse mythology. No other gods but Odin and his wife Frigga were allowed to sit in the throne seat. Frigga. Frigga is the highest-ranking Aesir goddess. Some tell that Odin is not only her husband, but also her father. Frigga is the patroness of marriage, and it is believed that her marriage to Odin was so rejoiced that it was celebrated in Aesir every year. Frigga was the goddess of the atmosphere and clouds, and it was often represented that her clothing reflected her moods, and therefore the sky. Frigga was also thought to possess the power of foretelling and knew the future, but it was also believed that Frigga never told others what she knew. This reflects the sentiment that Norse women could keep secrets, regardless of how often others encouraged them to divulge. Thor. Thor was the son of Odin, but it is debated whether his mother was Frigga or Erda. Thor is the god of thunder and was the defender of all of Asgard, the gods and goddesses of the Aesir, including their fortress. Thor was heralded for his strength and brawn. Thor was also considered to be the embodiment and aspiration of Viking warriors, and it is told that he was sent away as a child, as his mother had difficulty controlling him. Once Thor became an adult, he was admitted into Asgard with the other gods. Thor occupied one of the 12 seats in the Judgment Hall. Thor was also the patron god of the lower class and peasants. Loki. Whether Loki was the brother of Odin or merely a brother sworn by blood oath is unclear. Loki was thought to have given man the gift of motion by causing the blood to circulate, therein inspiring humans with passion. Loki was at first the personification of fire and mischief, as well as lightning. Over time, Loki was considered both a god and a devil, mainly in part to his mischievous ways, and eventually was hated for his trickery and provocation. Loki was also titled Prince of Lies. Baldur. Baldur was one of the twin sons born to Frigga and Odin, and each son was almost the other's opposite. Baldur was said to be beautiful, so gorgeous, joyful, and kind. It is said that Baldur radiated light. Baldur was worshipped as the pure god of innocence and light, and was both beloved and bestowed love upon his worshippers. Hodur, the polar opposite to twin Baldur. Hodur was the embodiment of encroaching powers of darkness. The son of Odin and Frigga, Hodur was in fact the god of darkness, and it was believed that he was aloof and somber and the exact opposite of his brother. Hodur was blind, and many believed this is the representation and symbolism of sin, in that sin is ambiguous. Heimdall. Norse mythology tells that Odin met 9 beautiful giants along a seashore and wed all 9. And these 9 giants combined at the same time and gave birth to a son, Heimdall. The god Heimdall is the vigilant guard of Asgard, and it was said that he could see for hundreds of miles and hear grass as it grows. Tyr. Tyr is the son of Odin and one of the 12 principal gods of Aesir. Tyr is a god of war, but not only war itself. Tyr is also considered the god of courage, honor, and an upholder of law and justice. Tyr is translated from tu, which is where the word Tuesday is derived from in modern English. Bragi. Bragi was the god of poetry, music, song, and elegance. Bragi was revered, and Nordic clans regularly drank to his health during festivities, funerals, and at Yuletide celebrations. Bragi was believed to herald in the dead who dwelt in Valhalla, and welcomed heroes entering its halls with songs. Ve and Vili. Ve and Vili are the brothers to the god Odin. The Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson regales the Nordic mythological tale of creation, and according to his works, the 3 brothers all formed the cosmos as the Nordic clans understood them. Per Snorri, Odin, Ve, and Vili were the first Aesir gods to exist, the children of a mother giant called Bestla, and a god known as Bjor. The 3 brothers killed the giant Ymir. The giant Ymir was believed to be the first creature to come into being. After killing Ymir, Odin, Vili, and Ve shaped the universe from the giant's corpse. Gefjon or Gefjun. While the spelling varies depending upon the reference, this goddess is one and the same. This goddess's name is derived from the verb gefa in the Old Norse tongue and can be translated to mean generous one or giver. The goddess Gefjon was believed to be a maiden in Frigga's celestial palace, and she was responsible for all who died unmarried. Gefjon was thought to be charged with receiving the unwed and seeing to their happiness in the afterlife. Gefjon was the goddess of agriculture, abundance, success, and fertility. Sol and Mani. Sol and Mani are depicted as brother and sister, and are understood in Norse mythology as being offspring of a giant when the universe was created. Sol is the female, and is the goddess that controls the sun, while her brother Mani is the god of the moon. According to Norse mythology, upon creation, Sol and Mani did not know where they were or what their purpose for being was in this new cosmos. So the gods met and created night and day, giving both siblings their duties. The Norse believed that Sol and Mani rode swiftly across the sky in horse-drawn chariots, all the while being pursued by wolves named Hati and Skoll. In the tale of Ragnarok, Hati and Skoll eventually overtake Sol and Mani, which throws the universe into chaos. The idea of the moon and sun riding across the sky in chariots is well documented in Norse culture and is carved on many artifacts. Vanir gods and goddesses. Freyja. Freyja is one of the most distinguished goddesses in Norse mythology. Some locales associate Freyja and Frigga as being one and the same, as both goddesses share some descriptive traits, although other regions worshipped the two goddesses as separate deities. Freyja was the goddess of love in Nordic tradition, but she was also believed to have military tendencies as well. In Norse mythology, Freyja was said to have led Valkyrs to the battlefield, and that she claimed half of the heroes slain, and transported those she chose to Folkvang, where they were welcomed and entertained. Many Norsemen also believed that Freyja also welcomed faithful wives and pure maidens, and that she reunited lovers after death. Norse women often followed their men into battle, and many of these women gladly ran towards battles in hopes of being reunited with their dead men. And some Norse women were voluntarily sacrificed to Freyja on the same funeral pyres that burned their dead spouses and lovers. While Freyja was a goddess of Vanir, it is said that she became an honorary Aesir goddess after the first battle, and she was loved for her beauty, fertility, and grace. Norse folk often use the name Freyja as another word for woo, as in to woo a lover. Freyr. Freyr, sometimes also known as Frey, was the brother of Freyja and a god of the Vanir tribe. Freyr was the god of sunshine and summer rains, and the Norse believed their own well-being and success depended on the benevolence of this god. Freyr was thought to bestow good health and bountiful harvest to his worshippers, and because of this, many Norse sacrificed offerings to this god. Freyr was also thought to be associated with both reproductive and ecological fertility, and was often depicted with an erect phallus. Freyr was a prominent god in Norse mythology, to say the least. Njord. Njord was the father of Freya and Freyr, and this Vanir god was representation of sea, air, wealth, and fertility. Njord was associated by many Norse men as being the god of the coastline and the embodiment of the summer season. Because of this relation to summertime, Njord was often pled to calm storms along the coast and prayed to for hopes of bringing warmth to the land sooner rather than later. Since planting and cultivation was only possible during the summer, Njord was also implored for favorable harvest along coastal clans. A common adage amongst Norse folk referred to wealthy people being as rich as Njord. Njethras. There is some disagreement as to whether the goddess Njethras and Frigga were not the same deity, but again, ancient differentiating texts depend largely on the region of origin and the age in which the text was written. Njethras was the first wife of Njord, and some thought she was also his sister. There was a well-documented practice in ancient Norse tradition to pay homage to Njethras. The ritual included this symbolic goddess being driven through villages and clans on a cart, and the Norse would ceremoniously lay down their weapons and peace was decreed. During this time of reverence to the goddess Njethras, no wars or battles would be fought, and days of celebration ensued. Odor. Odor, sometimes also known as Odur, was a god that was also symbolic of and considered the embodiment of the sun. Odor was the god of passion and the pleasures of love. Odor was the husband of the goddess Freya, and it was often said that when Odor roamed away from Freya, as he was oft to do, she became more and more unhappy until he returned to her, at which time she was once again her usual radiant, exuberant self. The Norse believed that Odor and Freya had two daughters named Gersimi and Hinnus. The two daughters were thought to be so gorgeous that all things precious and pretty were often called by their names. Chapter 3. Sagas of the Norse. Sagas are folk tales and stories told by the Nordic Vikings in ancient history. The earliest sagas were written in Old Norse tongue and mainly originated in Iceland and Scandinavia. Sagas were narrative tales in poem form, as again it is noted that much of what we know of these ancient people was told generationally, as the Norse were oral historians. The sagas themselves can be divided into three categories: family sagas, which were epic tales of clan or family feuds; heroic sagas, that often included the gods; and sagas of the kings. There are many sagas in Norse mythology, but quite a few are well known even in modern times. This bodes to the staying power of oral history, and that even though the stories and sagas themselves may alter a bit through the ages, no one can dispute the effectiveness that folklore leaves on the psyche, even through centuries of time. In this chapter, we will explore some of the sagas within Norse mythology, and with these tales, perhaps, we can decipher more about the mindset and values of these ancient people. The War Gods. The First War. According to Norse mythology, the first war to ever take place in all the cosmos was between the two tribes of gods, the Aesir and the Vanir. Freyja was a Vanir goddess, and she was the leading practitioner of the magic art of Seithra. Seithra was the magical practice and ability of knowing the future and being able to alter the course of fate. Freyja wandered from village to village, plying her trade for hire. Freyja eventually made her way to Asgard, which was the home of the Aesir gods. The Aesir tribe was so taken by Freyja's beauty, power, and magic that the gods and goddesses fervently sought out Freyja for her Seithra practices. Over time, the Aesir gods realized that they were casting away their normal values of kinship and loyalty to one another by their own desires and selfish aspirations. Rather than blame themselves for their shortfallings, they blamed Freyja and her powerful Seithra and sought to kill her. 3 separate times they tried to murder the Vanir goddess by setting her on fire. Each time they attempted to burn Freyja, she arose, reborn from the ashes. The attempted murder of Freyja infuriated the Vanir gods and goddesses, and both god and kin came to fear, loathe, and despise one another. So the Aesir gods and the Vanir went to war with one another, the Aesir waging battle with combat and weapons, and the Vanir with their powers of magic. The war waged on for many ages, neither side winning or losing, and eventually the Aesir and the Vanir grew weary of war. Some Norse recollections state that the Aesir gods eventually won the long and hard-fought battle, but this recount differs. Eventually, the Aesir and the Vanir swore an oath of peace, and to pay honor to one another, each tribe sent hostages to live among the warring sides. Freyja and her father Njord were among the Vanir who went to live among the Aesir, and the Aesir sent 2 gods to live among the Vanir in their home, called Vanaheim in turn. Honir, Odin's brother, and Mimir were the Aesir gods to enter this enemy territory, and for a while all was well. Njord and his children found their place in Asgard, and per the saga, these Vanir gods and goddesses lived relatively well and at peace in their new home. The same cannot be said for Honir and Mimir and their stay in Vanaheim. Honir was very wise, and advice that he gave on any number of issues was incomparable to the wisdom of any other. The problematic aspect of Honir and his advice came when Mimir was not at his side. Honir was, in truth, not that intelligent, and only when Mimir was near him was he able to dispense his knowledge to others. Over time, the Vanir gods and goddesses realized that without Mimir, Honir was incapable of making sound judgments, and often told the others to let others decide. Well, you can see why the Vanir felt cheated by the Aesir, as they sent gods and goddesses from Vanaheim that were revered. Angry, the Vanir beheaded Mimir and sent his decapitated head to the gods of the Asgard to let them know just how displeased with the hostage exchange they were. Odin, upon seeing the head of Mimir, embalmed the head with herbs to preserve it, and began about the task of chanting magical prose and poems over the head of Mimir. Saved from death, the reanimated head of Mimir was once again able to counsel and advise Odin. Despite the further feuds and battles, both the Aesir and Vanir were tired of war. Rather than seeking revenge for the beheading of Mimir, Odin and the Aesir finally sought counsel with one another and spat in a cauldron, as was the custom, to signify their treaty of peace. From the saliva of the gods and goddesses, there came the wisest of all beings and creatures, Kvasir. Odin and the Runes. At the heart and center of the Norse universe stands the tree of Yggdrasil. Within the utmost and tallest branches of the Yggdrasil, Asgard, the home of the Aesir gods and goddesses, is cradled. Odin, the ruler and all-father of Asgard, sat on his throne and watched the cosmos. At the base of the Yggdrasil, feeding and giving life to the tree, sat the Well of Erd. The Well of Erd was a pool of endless depth, and within the waters, the most powerful forces and beings rested. Among the creatures that lived among the Well of Erd were the Norns. The Norns were sage maidens of 3, and they could wield more influence over fate and destiny than anyone else, including Odin and the other gods. The main way the 3 Norns shaped the fates was by carving runes deep into the trunk of the Yggdrasil tree. Odin observed the Norns and their work, and decided that he himself wanted to know and understand the runes, so he would be able to control the fates as well. It was well known throughout the 9 realms that the runes would not reveal themselves or their knowledge to anyone unworthy, whether they were God, man, or any other creature. The runes' home was within the Well of Erd, along with the Norns who so carefully used their magic to shape destiny. Understanding the runes were only for those who deserved their power. Odin decided to ritually sacrifice himself to prove to the Norns and the runes that he was worthy of their knowledge. And so Odin hung himself from the branches of the Yggdrasil tree and pierced himself with his spear. Upon accomplishing this devastating feat, Odin hung for 9 days, all the while staring into the depths of the Well of Erd. During this time, Odin forbade any of the gods or goddesses to bring him aid, not a drop of water to quench his thirst, nothing. And Odin continued to hang, staring into the deep waters of the Erd, calling to the runes. On that final and 9th night, Odin began to see shapes deep in the depths of the Well of Erd. He had finally shown himself to be worthy, and the runes began to reveal themselves, allowing Odin to see their physical symbols, and gave him the power to understand the secret knowledge that they alone possessed. Now, equipped with the power and knowledge of the runes and how to use them, Odin was realized as the mightiest god and the most accomplished creature in all the 9 realms. Odin learned many things from the runes. He began to be able to heal physical and emotional wounds, render those against him powerless, to protect himself and others in battle, and was even able to wake the dead. With the knowledge of the runes, Odin learned all these mysteries and more. Eventually, Odin chose to share the knowledge and power of the ancient and sacred runes with a few chosen rune masters of humanity, and thus this knowledge was brought to man in the form of rune carving and casting of the runes. The Mead of Poetry. Once the last battle of the Aesir and Vanir war had drawn close, and the Aesir and the Vanir goddesses and gods made their oath of peace by spitting into the cauldron and creating Kvasir, who was a human man. The gods and goddesses were so amazed at the unending wisdom he possessed, they tried, and failed, to pose questions he could not answer. But, being the wisest creature to ever live, none could stump him. Kvasir traveled through the realms, giving advice and knowledge to all who sought him out. During his famous travels throughout the 9 realms, Kvatsir was invited to the home of Galar and Freylar, 2 dwarves. Once arriving at their home, Freylar and Galar killed Kvatsir and used his blood to brew a mead. Because of his innate wisdom, the mead the 2 dwarves brewed held all the knowledge Kvatsir possessed in life. The 2 dwarves called this mead the Stir of Inspiration, and anyone who drank of the mead would immediately become a scholar or a poet. The gods noticed that Kvatsir was nowhere to be found, and began to question Galar and Freyler of Kvatsir's whereabouts. Thinking themselves smart, the 2 dwarves told the gods that Kvatsir had choked on his own knowledge and thought themselves clever for saying so in response to the gods' questions. Soon after murdering Kvatsir, the 2 dwarves set out and killed the giant Gilling, killing him merely for their delight, as they had come to acquire a taste for murder. When Gilling's giantess wife cries, the 2 dwarves murdered her as well. When the giant's son, Satung, heard of his parents' death at the hands of the 2 dwarves, he sought out and captured Valar and Galar. When the ocean's tide was low, he took the pair out to a reef that would soon be submerged by the rising tide. The 2 murderous dwarves begged Satung to spare their lives, and he finally agreed, but only after they promised to give him the mead they had made with Kvatsir's blood. The giant's son stowed the barrels of mead deep underground in a chamber under a mountain, and tasked his daughter Gunnlod to keep watch over the mead. Odin became aware that Suttung had taken the mead and was hoarding it beneath the mountain, and this upset him greatly. Odin decided to act. The All-Father disguised himself as a farmhand and went to the farm of Bagye, who was the brother of the mead-hoarding giant Suttung. There he offered to sharpen the scythes of the other farmhands, and the farmhands were surprised and in awe of how well sharpened their tools were. Odin claimed that the whetstone he used was the finest there ever was, and each farmer begged to buy it from him. Odin, still in disguise, told the farmhands that he would sell them the whetstone, but the price was costly, and tossed it into the air. As the farmhands rushed to try and catch the best whetstone that ever was, they ended up killing one another over it. Odin then knocked on Baggi's door and offered to do the work the now dead farmhands would have been tasked to do. As Odin implored Baggi, he told him that the other farmhands had killed each other during an argument. As a reward for his work, Odin asked for a drink of Suttung's mead as payment. Baugi was taken aback and told Odin that if he truly could do the work of all the farmhands himself, he would do his best to help him obtain a sip of the mead his brother Suttung so heavily guarded. Odin stayed at the farm, and upon completion of the harvest, asked Baugi again for his payment. The 2 went to Suttung, but being jealous and greedy, Suttung refused Odin even 1 drop of his sacred mead. Not to be dissuaded, Odin convinced Baugi to help him break into the mountain where the mead itself was hidden, and they began to work at the rock. Finally, the hole into the mountain was finished, and Odin shape-shifted into a snake and slithered through the hole into the mountain itself. As Odin came close to approaching Gunnlod, the daughter of the mead-hoarding giant, he shape-shifted to appear as a handsome man and charmed Gunnlod. Gunnlod agreed after a time that if Odin, or the handsome man he appeared to be, would stay with her for 3 nights, she would allow him 3 drinks of the barrel of mead. Odin was up for the task and bid Gunnlod her request. On the 3rd night, when Gunnlod made good on her word, Odin walked up to the 3 barrels of mead remaining and emptied each barrel in one drink. Upon draining the mead completely, Odin shapeshifted into a majestic eagle and flew to Asgard with the mead still in his throat. Suttung realized he and his daughter had been made fools, and he too shapeshifted into an eagle and chased after Odin. When the gods of Asgard saw their all-father Odin being pursued, they sent aid to dispatch the approaching Suttung, and Suttung gave up when he saw the approaching doom and flew away in despair. Once safely inside Asgard, Odin spat out the mead into containment vessels, and a few drops fell from his lips to Midgard and the human realm. These few drops of mead of Kvatsir that fell haphazardly are the source of all creativity and poems that every middling poet contains. But every Norseman knows that Odin himself only shares his mead with the best and brightest poets and scholars from time to time, and this is where their skill comes from. The Hammer of Thor. One day, the god Loki was feeling particularly mischievous, and so he set out, and with no good reason, to cut off the beautiful gold hair of the goddess Sif. Sif was the wife of the son of Odin, Thor. Thor became infuriated when he learned what Loki had done to his beloved Sif. In a fury, Thor snatched up the trickster Loki and threatened to beat him, breaking all his bones while he did so. Loki, fearful of Thor's rage, begged with the thunder god to let him make amends. Loki offered to go to Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, and obtain for Thor a replacement for Sif's beautiful hair that he had destroyed. Thor reluctantly agreed and loosed Loki and sent him away. Loki traveled to Svartalfheim and was able to acquire not only a new and even more beautiful head of hair for Sif, but 2 other objects as well. Loki also obtained the best ship the dwarves had ever crafted, a magical ship that could be folded and placed in the pocket, and always gusted favorable winds into its sails. This ship was named Skidbladnir, and was crafted by the sons of the dwarf Ivaldi. Loki also acquired the Gungnir, the deadliest spear crafted into being from the brothers. Tempted to be the trickster he was known to be, Loki opted to stay in Svartalfheim and see what else he could do. 2 dwarf brothers named Sindri and Brokur were approached by Loki, who taunted them, claiming he was certain they couldn't create 3 more items for him, besting the sons of Ivaldi. Pitting the dwarfs' sense of pride against the others worked, as the brothers accepted Loki's wager and went to work on what they could. As Brokur and Sindri toiled away, Loki shapeshifted into a fly and stung Sindri's hand while he worked. When Sindri was done forging his creation and pulled it from the fire, it had become a living boar with golden hair. This boar was Gudlind Bursti, and he was faster than any horse ever dared be, could run through water and on air, and his golden hair could light the darkness. Sindri was pleased and continued to forge his creations as Burkur worked the bellows. Sindri then lay another brick of gold on the fire, and the fly, that was truly Loki, then stung Burkur's neck, and thus Sindri drew a ring from the fire. The ring that was forged was called Draupnir, and the magic of Draupnir was that every 9th evening, 8 identical gold rings of equal weight fell from the ring, always replicating itself. Finally, Sindri and Brokur went about the task of making the 3rd and final item for Loki. Sindri lay iron on the hearth flame and then warned his brother that any mistakes during the creation of the last item would be even more disastrous than the first two artifacts. Loki then flew directly onto Brokir's face and stung his eyelid. Blood dripped from Brokir, making vision impossible. Sindri had meanwhile forged a hammer unlike any other. This hammer could never miss its target and would always return to the owner when thrown. The only flaw was that the hammer's handle was short for its size. Sindri was upset that the short handle had almost ruined the hammer, which had been named Mjolnir. Despite the worry, Brokir and Sindri traveled to Asgard with the 3 artifacts to demand that Loki pay them for the 3 items he dared them to create. Loki had returned to Asgard as well and arrived before the dwarfs. Loki gave Thor the Mjolnir and the new and beautiful hair to replace Sif's. Loki then gave Draupnir rind to Odin, as well as the Gungnir spear. Freyja was given the Skidbladnir and the Gyllenbirsti, and for these gifts each god and goddess was grateful to Loki, even considerate of the presents Loki had brought for them. The gods and goddesses of Asgard felt that Loki owed Sindri and Brokir for the creation of their gifts. When the 2 dwarf brothers finally caught up with Loki and pulled knives on him, Loki reminded them that while he may have owed the dwarves his head, his neck was still his. The brothers Sindri and Brokir sewed Loki's lips shut and returned to their home in Svartalfheim. Ragnarok. Ominous dreams and divinations had long prophesied the downfall of all the gods and goddesses, and even the universe itself. The first event that occurred that signified that the beginning of the end was near was the murder of the god Baldur by Loki and his tricky ways. Loki was cast into the underworld, and in the face of this tragedy, the gods could no longer ignore their fate. Odin set about selecting the most battle-hardened and skilled warriors to join him in the final battle between the gods and the giants. In the human realm of Midgard, people began to abandon their traditions and disregard their bonds of kinship and clan. The gods also began to deteriorate, breaking sworn oaths they had made with one another, and fell short on their duties. Then the seasons changed, and 3 winters passed through the worlds unrelenting, with no summer season of respite. This season of cold and dark was called Fumbelwinter. Finally, Loki and his son, Fenrir, broke free of their bonds in the underworld. The gods and goddesses' greatest fears had finally come to pass, and the Yggdrasil shook and trembled. The god Heimdall was the first to spot the army of giants headed towards Asgard, and he sounded his horn. The giants arrived and began to decimate the realm of Asgard, and the cosmosphere with it. Fenrir ran across the realm, spreading his jaws, devouring the sky and land in one fell swoop. The gods battled relentlessly, despite knowing they were fated for defeat. The realms began to sink back into the sea and disappeared beneath the waves. The universe was once again dark, silent, and everything was gone. The cosmos waited once again to be reborn and begin their new cycle. Chapter 4. Rituals of the Norse. Nordic paganism did not include priests, as most religions today do. Rather, village chiefs often led worship, sacrifices, and presided over funeral ceremonies and weddings. There is little known as far as where exactly the Norse worshipped, but certain artifacts and carved stones stand to this day. Whether these marked sacred worshiping sites or merely marked the landmark for a specific purpose, only the Norse themselves will ever truly know. There is evidence of the rituals of burial, celebrations, and traditions including holidays, and it is documented that ritual sacrifice of people and animals was a regular custom. It is known that most Nordic pagan worship took place outside, although little evidence of structures remain today. These structures may have been used as gathering places, but were not necessarily exclusive places of worship. What has been documented and pieced together by scribes and historians is to follow. Vikings worshiped the gods, but they also participated in ancestral worship. Deceased ancestors were often paid tribute by offerings of food and other gifts. Religious and cultural practices, such as these, were a foundation of daily life to the Norse. Other pagan practices and customs included communication with the supernatural world. Sorcery and divination were primarily practiced by Norse women, but they were not exclusively female. The Old Norse language has approximately 45 different terms for both female and male sorcerers. There is literary and archaeological evidence to the practice of seithra, and it was well known through Nordic culture that this was also a magical skill the gods had handed down to humans. Archaeologists have uncovered staffs and other tools believed to be used for the practice of sorcery, and magic even had its place in battle. Warriors often consulted with the gods and participated in ritual preparations before heading off into battle, and signs and omens were consulted as well. Magical symbols were carved into weapons for strength, bravery, and good fortune in battle, and animals were often sacrificed in battle magic rituals. Stallions, boars, and bulls were the common animals offered up for sacrifice for the express purpose of battle sorcery. There is also evidence that the Norse sometimes used mind-altering drugs to aid them during their magic, such as cannabis. Considering Viking funeral practices, it should be noted that sacrificial rites were common during burials. There is more information available in the rituals of Viking burial than other religious practices. Norse believed that their burial practices were dictated by the god Odin himself, and that Odin decreed that men were to be burned on a funeral pyre, and then their ashes were to be either scattered out to sea or buried. It was believed that if a man were buried with possessions, he would be able to use them in the afterlife, and some were often buried with valuable belongings. There are discrepancies in funeral rituals, but they may indicate that social class dictated the way in which you were put to rest. Archaeological findings indicate that most of Viking burials consisted of cremation practices. In most funeral rituals, bodies were burned and then buried, with mounds or stones being placed to mark the final resting place of the dead. Burial mounds that have been uncovered are of different shapes and sizes, and it appears any object buried alongside the deceased owner was broken and burned as well. This practice of breaking and burning valuable possessions of the deceased may have been a way to deter grave robbers. Other cremation graves have been discovered, and they have been marked by erected stones or groups of stones into shapes or designs. Burial sites marked by multiple stones seems to coincide with the burial of more than one person in that place. After the cremation took place, the bones of the dead were often sifted through, cleaned, and placed back on the pyre in a box or container. In 1904, Aben Fadlan uncovered an actual ship burial in Oseberg, Norway. The entire ship had been buried, and the ship was even anchored to a boulder to symbolically keep the dead from becoming lost on their way to the afterlife. The ship's occupants at this site were two women, one approximately 50 years old and the other around 70 years in age. These two women are referred to as the AUDIOBOOK ladies today, and it is believed that these were women of importance, as the artifacts found with the two women were high quality. These women could have been royalty, kin to royalty, or shamanic priestesses. Ship burial sites like the one found by Fatlan often contain evidence of multiple animal sacrifices. In the case of the AUDIOBOOK ladies' burial site, evidence of 20 dead horses, owls, peacocks, and other domesticated animals were found amongst the ruins. Aside from animal sacrifice, there is strong evidence that human sacrifices also took place during some Norse interments. Some graves held remains of multiple people, which may have simply been family members and indicate a family burial site. Other burial grounds have shown clear evidence that people had been sacrificed to escort the main inhabitant of the grave. Both male and female remains were found to have been bound and killed, and evidence of handing, stabbing, and decapitation were present among the additional remains. One can only wonder if these additional Norse were sacrificed willingly, or if they were slaves. Funerary theater would sometimes continue even after the remains of certain Norse people had been interred, and this would indicate that there was ritual pageantry when some people died. Funeral dramas and the evidence that they were common within the Norse culture was uncovered in what is best described as a Viking burial chamber. The burial chambers were complex by design, and again would dictate that whomever was buried there was of some importance during their life. The chamber was reinforced with wood walls and rafters, and was positioned beneath a burial mound. The remains of 3 individuals were found, and it is believed that the deceased were placed in a sitting position in wooden chairs, and that their valuables were placed in front of the bodies. Weapons were also placed across the bodies, and some other burial chambers have been found where weapons such as spears were thrust into the chamber walls. The way in which these remains were found indicate the dead were part of a set, or that they were positioned specifically to watch over the funeral dramas, and that they would be able to look out over the region they had once lived in. The word asatru is an old word that is often used by the Norse as the name of their religion. From Old Norse, the word asatru roughly translates to mean belief in the gods. So when referencing the Norse pagan religion, this word is important to know. Asatru and its sacred rituals and celebrations held closely with the agricultural seasons, and thus Asatru has a general calendar of primary practices. These celebrations were believed to bring the Norse together with their deities and to align the strength and energy of the Norse, their deceased ancestors, and the gods and goddesses they worshipped. It is fair to remember that Asatru and its calendar of traditions more than likely varied by region, and not all clans and tribes may have kept with all the feasts and celebrations, as the climates tend to dictate which Vikings celebrated what and when. This lends back to the culture and belief systems of the Norse, in that they were a people who highly respected and were attuned to nature and their surroundings. The word blot was used to describe most of these rituals and times of celebration as dictated by the practice of Asatru. The word blot from Old Norse translates to mean blessing, and in ancient Germanic, the word for blessing meant to besprinkle with blood, as one may expect a sacrifice to mean. The meaning of the word blood in Old Norse also meant strengthen, and it is easy to deduce that performing and engaging in a blot meant that not only would there be blessings, but that those blessings would be found in blood, and that the practice of sacrifice was intended to strengthen the bonds and powers of the gods and goddesses. Per the Asatru calendar, there were 8 main blots that were celebrated each year. Here is a timeline and explanation of some of the popular celebrations. Yule. Yule, or Yule Tide, was the celebration of the sunset of the winter solstice and was celebrated around December the 20th. The word Yule comes from the Old Norse word Hjol and means wheel. The wheel was meant to mark the time when the wheel of the year was at its lowest point, and marked the rise again of the wheel to mark the start of the new year. Keeping in mind that the Norse believed time was cyclical rather than linear, this concept of a year being a spin of a wheel cements this idea. Yule was considered the holiest celebration, as it marked the return of Baldur from the realm of Hel in Norse mythology. As Baldur returned from Hel, this signified the loosening of winter's frozen hold on the realm of man. The Norse holiday of Yule was taken by early Christian missionaries and became known as the 12 Days of Christmas, as Yule also included 12 days of celebration. This thievery of religious celebration was in part to try to convert pagans to Christianity. Again, in the Northern Hemisphere, Yule fell around December 20th, but had no specific date. The first evening of Yule was known as the Mother Night, and the goddess Deser and Frigga were usually honored specifically. Mother Night represented the rebirth of the world from the winter and dark, and was the shortest day and longest night of the year. From dusk to dawn, a vigil was held to ensure that the sun would rise again. Yule was believed to be the season when the gods and goddesses were closest to the realm of humanity, and this was also thought to be the season when the dead came back to earth to take part in the festivities and feasts that the living were celebrating. The Norse believed that all other manner of magical being roamed Midgard freely during Yule, and that they should be either welcomed to the celebrations to signify peace or warded off. Yule is also the season when the wild hunt takes place, and it was believed that food and drink must be left out to appease the restless dead as they rode by, to protect themselves from meeting them. During Yule, feasts and gathering of kin were common. Many would burn wooden sun wheels to signify the coming warmth. Swearing of oaths on a cake or loaf of bread, fashioned as a boar, was also done. And this practice is where the modern concept of the New Year's resolution comes from. Pine or fir trees were decorated during the celebrations, and this is where the Christmas tree derives from as well. During the ancient Norsemen's age, the tree was significant of the Yggdrasil. Yule logs were also a tradition of the Norse, and once the log was burned, its ashes were used as protection during the following year, usually placed in amulets and pouches. The 12 days of Yule were largely a time for gathering, drinking and feasts, and baking of cakes and treats. Paper cutouts were made and placed on walls. Wooden toys and other decorations were hung on the Yule tree. Sacred animal depictions associated with specific gods adorned the Norse's dwellings at this time. Wreaths, Christmas trees, Yule logs, and the concepts of Santa Claus and his elves all derive from Nordic paganism. Ostera. Ostara was celebrated around March 21st and coincided with the spring equinox. This celebration marked the beginning of the summer season of the year. Ostara was named after the goddess Ostara, and she was the embodiment of renewed life and the season of spring. Ostara coincides with the Christian holiday of Easter, and it is no surprise that the name Ostara is associated with the words glory and east in Old Norse. During the spring equinox, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The sun tends to rise more towards the south in the northern hemisphere, but after this equinox, the sun begins to rise and set more to the north. Ostara is a time of fertility, growth, and the reawakening of the earth. Flowers, rabbits, and the hunting of eggs all originate from Norse tradition. The hare was the representative holy animal associated with Ostara. Midsummer. Midsummer is the feast that falls around June 20th and was sacred only second to Yule in terms of importance of celebration. Midsummer marked the summer solstice, which marks the position of the sun with the equator. This astronomical event marks the shortest night and the longest day of the year. Traditional celebrations that took place on the night of midsummer were gatherings of tribes and kin clans where raging bonfires were lit. Dancing and revelry commenced, and songs, poems, speeches, and sagas were all a part of the celebration. Fields, barns, and homes were decorated with greenery. During midsummer, blessings and offerings were given to Baldur. With the fields planted, this was often the time that the Viking warriors would set sail to other lands to battle and explore. The maypole was raised and adorned with flowers and plant life, and it was custom to dance around the maypole to promote fertility. This holiday was perceived by the Norse to be the time of death for the god of sunshine, Baldur, and the point when summer reaches its height and begins to descend towards winter. Fall Fest. Fall Fest falls during the autumn equinox and occurs around sometime between September 22nd through the 24th. During this festive celebration, the Norse made bonfires, held large feasts, and dancing played a large role in this religious tradition. Fall Fest represented the second harvest of the cultivation season, and it also marked the start of gathering food for the winter ahead. A common tradition was to put out all fires during this festival and light a tribal bonfire. Then, each family would take flame from the bonfire to light their individual hearths. Chapter 5. Heroes of the North. There are many heroes of myth in Norse mythology, but there are also true heroes that lived in the ancient era. In this chapter, we will go over a few heroes that truly lived in the ancient era and won the title as Heroes of the North. Rollo. Rollo was a Viking visionary and pioneer, descended from either Norwegian or Danish people, and was a true, living, breathing Norse hero. Rollo began leading raids on France in the 9th century, and in 911 he was given Normandy because of his efforts. Charles the Simple was king of the West Franks at the time, and he gave Rollo this land under the Treaty of St. Clair sur Ypres. King Charles gave Rollo this land in hopes that it would shield his lands from other Viking warriors and raids. Rollo expanded his territory over time, and upon his death in 928, his son, William Longsword, took control of his father's region. Rollo's descendant, William, the Duke of Normandy, led a successful invasion on England in 1066 and became the King of England as a result of his efforts. This heir became known as William the Conqueror and reigned until 1087. Eric the Red. Eric Thorvaldsson was born in Norway and became known as Eric the Red. Whether Eric earned his moniker because of his temper or his hair color remains to be determined. Eric the Red's father was banished from their homeland for committing murder, and the family fled with him to Iceland. Ironically, Eric the Red was also accused of murder, and in turn was banished from Iceland in 982. After leaving his family and former homeland, Eric sailed west and eventually landed on an island he named Greenland. Upon settling Greenland, Eric the Red returned to Iceland and gathered others to settle the island with him. Out of the 25 ships he chartered to this new land, only 14 successfully completed the journey. Nevertheless, those that made the journey across the waters founded 2 settlements once arrived. Eventually, the Norse left Greenland sometime between the 14th and 15th century, long after Eric's death. Although exactly why they left this new colonized land was never established, but many have speculated the cold climate and a lack of trade as possible factors. Leif Erikson. Leif Erikson was the son of Eric the Red, and he was a Norse hero in his own right. Leif is widely considered the first person to discover North America by modern civilizations of the age, beating Christopher Columbus by almost 500 years. In 1000, Leif sailed in search of lands that had been supposedly seen by another Icelander named Bjarni Herjolfsson. Leif reached the lands described to him by Bjarni, and he set about discovering different locations and naming them accordingly. When Leif eventually returned to Iceland with cargo, other Norsemen soon decided to make the journey to the land as well. The adventures were short-lived, however, and to date, the only confirmed Norse settlement in North America was discovered in the 1960s in Newfoundland. The items uncovered at this site date back to around 1000. Bjorn Ironside. Bjorn Ironside was the son of another Norse hero, Ragnar Lothbrok, and spent most of his life raiding and voyaging. Bjorn and his men raided coastal cities of France, North Africa, Italy, and Spain. Bjorn raided and had many adventures until he was defeated at the Straits of Gibraltar. Once returning to his native homeland, Bjorn eventually became the King of Sweden sometime during the 9th century. His role as king was of course bestowed upon him after his father's death. There are sagas in honor of Bjorn and his siblings, called the Tales of the Sons of Ragnar. Harald Hardrada. Harald Hardrada was born in Norway in 1015 AD. This Viking hero is often heralded as the last great Viking king of the ancient Norsemen. He was the son of Sigurd Syr, who was at his own right a powerful chieftain, and was also the half-brother of King Olaf II. When he was only 15 years of age, Harald fought alongside his brother the king during the Battle of Stiklestad. King Olaf was killed, and Harald was grievously wounded. Harald fled to Kiev, and there he was given refuge by King Yaroslav. Harald stayed in Kiev for a few years, then made his way to Constantinople. In Constantinople, Harald rose to become the commander of the Emperor of Byzantine's Special Guard. Harald amassed personal fortune throughout this period and left Constantinople in 1043, returned to Kiev, wed King Yaroslav's daughter, and finally made his way back to his native homeland. Harold became the new king in 1046 upon the death of King Magnus. Harold was called Hardrada during his rule, and this translates to hard ruler. Upon the death of Edward the Confessor in 1066, Harold decided that he was ready to stake his claim to the English throne. Within just a few short months, Harold had assembled a fleet and sailed to invade England. During the Battle of Stamford Bridge, Harold and his army fought hard, but were eventually defeated. Chapter 6. Heroes of Myth. There are many mythological heroes within Norse mythology, and the tales, poems, and sagas written and told about them are many. An important aspect to keep in mind is that the Norse were, again, a people who were more oratory in their history rather than documentary. Many sagas, stories, poems, and songs may vary as they were handed down through the ages, but for the most part, the basics of the stories and tales remain the same. In this chapter, you will be introduced to a few stories of these heroes of legends. Valand. According to Norse legend, there was once 3 brothers whose father was the king of the Finns. Egil, Slagfinn, and Valand were the names of these brothers. And one day they put on their skis and went out to hunt. During their hunt, the 3 brothers came to a place known as Wolf Dales, and along the lake, called Wolf Lake, they decided to build themselves a home. One morning, they saw 3 women, all gorgeous, weaving linen on the shore. Beside the 3 women lay their cloaks made of swan, and the 3 brothers realized that these 3 lovely women were Valkyries. The brothers fell in love and carried the pretty Valkyries to their home and married them. Slagfinn wed Eladgun Swanwhite. Egil wed Olrun, and Valand wed Herfor Allwise. Ladgun and Herfor were the daughters of King Lodfi, and Olrun was the daughter of King Kier of Valin. After the 3 couples had lived together in matrimony for 7 years, the Valkyrie brides longed to battle once again. One day when the brothers left, the brides took their chance and flew away. Egil and Slagfinn returned and immediately set out to find their wayward wives, while Valand decided to stay home and busy himself at Wolfdales. Valand spent his days blacksmithing and creating beautiful gold rings and objects set with gems. Word spread of Valand's magnificent creations to the greedy and evil king of Nair, King Ndud. One night as the moon waned, King Ndud went to the house of the 3 brothers in Wolfdales when Valand was hunting, and stole one of the 700 rings Valand had finished, all hanging from a rope. King Ndud then waited for Valand to return from his hunt. When Valand returned home, he sat in front of his hearth to roast the boar meat he had successfully hunted, and noticed that one of the rings was missing from the rope. Valand eventually fell asleep, full and warm, wondering whether his wife had been home and retrieved the ring. Valand awoke with a start some time later to find that he had been shackled at his wrists and ankles and called out, demanding his imprisoner identify themselves. King Ndud replied, claiming that Valand had dared to seize valuables that belonged to him, the king. Valand replied to King Ndud, resolutely stating that whatever possessions resided in Wolfdale were his by right. This made King Ndud angry, and so he took Valand with him and returned to his court in Nayar. Once they arrived at his court, King Nadud gave the ring he stole from Valand to his daughter, Boltvild, and confiscated Valand's magnificent sword from him as well. Nadud's queen was wary of these actions and tried to warn her husband of Valand's feelings of revenge, and advised him to sever Valand's sinews at his knees and send him to the island of Savirstead. Once arriving on the island, Valand was tested with forging King Nadid all sorts of beautiful and valuable items, and only King Nadud could visit or see Valand. Valand worried and slept little, conspiring on how to seek his revenge for what the king had done to him. Finally, the day came when Valand had his chance. The king's 2 sons visited the island on that day and demanded that Valand show them the treasures he had been forging. Valand opened a chest and showed the sons all he had been making. Valand promised that if the brothers would come back secretly the next day, he would give them all he had made. The very next day, the king's 2 sons came back to the island and swore to Valand that no one knew their whereabouts. Valand once more opened the chest of treasures, and as the brothers were standing in awe, Valand slammed the chest lid down and decapitated the sons. Valand hid the king's sons' bodies under the floorboards, but used their eyes as ornaments for the queen, pieces of their skulls for cups, and their teeth were attached as brooches for the princess. After this had happened, Boltfield realized her ring was broken, and not wanting to upset her father, she decided to secretly ask Valand to fix her ring. Valand offered Boltfield a drink while she waited that he had poisoned to make her sleep. With Boltfield fast asleep, Valand hid beneath a cloak and went to the courtyard. King Nadud was awake, worrying over where his sons were and what may have happened, and upon Valand's approach, he confronted him about their whereabouts. Boldly, Valand admitted all that he had done and what had become of his unfortunate sons, and then flew away, laughing at the king's reaction. The Rape of Aeden, and Loki as a trickster and a hero. Odin, Loki, and Hænir set about on a wandering journey once and came across wastelands, making it hard for them to come by food. After quite some time, they spotted some oxen in a valley and took one and began to cook the meat over a fire. The 3 gods thought it was done, but as they pulled it from the fire, they saw that it was not finished. The second time this happened, the gods began to debate on why their meal wouldn't cook. Sitting under a tree by their fire, they began to hear a voice. The voice came from above in the branches and told them that whoever sat in the tree was to blame for their misfortune. The 3 gods looked closer and saw that it was a giant eagle that spoke to them. The eagle told the gods that if they would let him have a bit of oxen meat to quiet his own hunger, their meat would cook soon. They allowed the eagle to go ahead and eat of the oxen. Loki was infuriated, and out of his frustration and hunger, he threw a staff and hit the eagle. The eagle flew away, but part of the staff stuck to the eagle's body. Loki still had hold of the other end of the staff he had thrown, and he began to be dragged harshly. Loki implored with the eagle to stop, but the eagle continued to drag Loki until Loki promised the eagle to kidnap Aeden and her apples from Asgard for him. The eagle made Loki swear an oath to do this before he would take him back to the camp that he, Odin, and Hænir had set up. When the 3 gods made their way back to Asgard, Loki told Aeden that he had found special apples in the woods just beyond Asgard and suggested that she would surely want them for their quality, and that Aeden should take along her apples to compare to the ones in the woods. Aeden took her apples and left Asgard for the woods, and the eagle seeing his chance, captured Aiden and flew away. It soon became apparent that the eagle was the giant Thiazi disguised, and he took Aiden to his home. The Aesir gods realized Aiden and her apples were missing, as with her presence gone, they began to age. The gods soon held an inquest and threatened Loki, as they knew he surely had something to do with Aiden's disappearance. After much threatening, Loki promised the Aesir to bring Aiden back, but only if Freya would loan him her disguise, which was a falcon. Freya and the other gods agreed, and Loki flew to where Aiden had been stowed away by the giant. Loki worked his magic and turned Aiden into a nut, and quickly flew away with her. The giant, Thiazi, soon came home, and immediately shapeshifted into an eagle and pursued Loki. The Aesir saw the pursuit and kindled a fire. Just as the giant eagle flew into Asgard, he flew into the flames and could no longer fly. The Aesir gods immediately put the giant to death for what he had done to Aiden. Now, Thiazi was one of the wealthiest giants, and eventually his daughter Skadi came to Asgard and demanded payment for the murder of her father, and demanded a husband as well. The Aesir gods put Loki to the task, as this was his mess to clean up, and Loki did his best to make the giant goddess laugh, which was a feat she thought impossible. Loki eventually succeeded in making Skadi laugh, and Odin tossed the rapist giant Thiazi's eyes into the sky, where they still sit, 2 stars to this day. Conclusion. As you can see, the Norse were not simply dim-witted warriors that plundered and battled, but a very observant and complex clan of peoples whose entire lives were steeped in tradition and honor. This intricate way of life made the Norse not only a deep and emotional people, but a people that should be revered and further examined. How many other ancient peoples exhibited such a diverse view on every object in the world, and such a view of importance on every word they spoke, and every action and experience that they encountered in their lives? The concept of cyclical time alone proves that while the people of the North may have been an ancient people, their ideas and beliefs were anything but rudimentary or simple. Thank you for listening to this book and opening your mind to the complex culture that was the Nordic mythological region. I do hope it was informative and was able to provide you with all the information you need to begin to understand Norse mythology and the intricacies the paganism entails. Finally, if you found this book useful in any way, a review is always welcomed and appreciated. Ragnar Lothbrok, The Tale of a Viking Warrior King. Written by Bernard Hayes. Narrated by J. Huff. Chapter 1. Fact or Fiction? Ragnar Lothbrok, or Ragnar Lodbrok, as his name is often referred by, was the true definition of legendary. This Viking warrior was a distinguished hero and leader of the people of the North, and is the subject of poems and sagas during the Viking era. Per traditional Norse literature that has been uncovered, Ragnar was famous for his numerous raids in what is now the countries of modern France and England during the 9th century. As the legend of Viking culture, whose life only moderately took place in periods and locales discussed and written about in ancient texts, the extent of Ragnar's historic actuality is not clear and tends to be obscure. While it was long held that Ragnar Lothbrok was a fictional hero because of the sagas that were written about him and his adventures, it is now ascertained by many historians and scholars that much of what was written about this fearless warrior is based somewhere between historical recounts of actual events and some literary imagination. Wherever the truth lies, somewhere in between myth and fact, the illustrious accomplishments of this great Viking warrior and king cannot be overlooked. The Ragnar surrounding the tales and sagas is based on an actual man who lived during the age, but historians argue on exactly who that man was. Some even contemplate that the stories surrounding the legendary Viking warrior may be based on more than one man. Historians claim there is more than one contender who may, in fact, be the real Ragnar, or men who are based on the myths surrounding him and his legendary deeds. One of these perceived candidates is King Horik I. King Horik I was the king of the Danes from 827 AD until his death in 854 AD. His reign was marked by raids on the Franco-German Empire of Louis the Pious by the Danish. King Regenfried and his brothers were overthrown by the sons of another previous king in Denmark, King Gudfred. Roenvald, who was also known as Ragnall, is another candidate that is debated. Ragnall was the leader of a tribe of Norsemen who managed to conquer Northumbria around the 10th century. There is, without question, a close timeline when considering Ragnar and Ragnall. Ragnar's death is believed to have occurred around 865 AD. This would indicate that Ragnar was born around 820 AD. Ragnar Lothbrok is undeniably identified to have been a fabled chieftain of the Norsemen throughout the Viking Age. Another candidate historians often consider to coincide with the legendary Ragnar is Reginhirus, a Viking warrior who was documented as being employed by King Horik I. Reginhirus attacked Paris during the 9th century. The fierce warrior Reginhirus hanged 111 Christians during his siege of Paris, and in accounts, it is noted that Reginhirus died shortly after the attack of an illness. Many believe that this Reginhirus and Ragnar were, in fact, one and the same, but the varying accounts also pose questions as to the name Lothbrok or Ludbrok as well. Ragnar, or whatever his name and identity truly were, did not get his moniker until after he died. Lodbrok or Luthbrok first appeared in 2 accounts. One account that hails from France and another from Iceland in around 1120 AD. There are several interpretations and possible explanations as to what the nickname means. An English author around 1150 AD stated that Ludbrok meant loathsome brook, but according to the Old Norse tongue, Ludbrok would have been translated as hairy breeches or shaggy trousers. The Icelandic author who penned Ragnar's saga in the 13th century stated that Ragnar won his moniker because of the pants he wore to protect himself during a notorious battle with a poison-breathing dragon that won him not only glory and fame, but the hand of one of his wives. These pants were purposely rolled in sand and boiled in pitch to protect him. Another, albeit unflattering theory, is that shaggy trousers is an inaccurate translation, and that the alternative is a reference to the alternate theory of how Ragnar may have died. According to some, Ragnar actually died after his raid on Paris, and that he contracted dysentery, which caused his eventual demise. One account even makes a reference to his innards spilling out of his body. If this is factual, then his pants would have appeared to have been dipped in tar and pitch because they would have been stained with diarrhea. As unhonorable death this may seem, It could well be that the actual reasons behind the reference to his breeches were one of feces-stained trousers. For the purpose of this book, we will pretend that Ragnar, the fierce, ferocious Viking king warrior, did not get his nickname from the latter. It is just too un-Viking for such a legendary man. Per the most prevalent version of Ragnar's legendary existence, he is notorious for being the blight of both early medieval England and France. Ragnar was accredited for raiding the Northumbria and Wessex, as well as the kingdom of West Francia. Viking raids were nothing new, as Vikings had been raiding Scotland and England since the late 700 AD period. It does seem that Ragnar may have been the first Viking warrior to attempt to settle, colonize, and control lands on foreign soil, as opposed to the typical pillaging and plundering that had occurred in previous years. Viking conquerors have been landing on French soil and raiding since 800 AD as well. In 845 AD, the warrior Ragnar sailed south with a huge fleet that included around 5,000 warriors and about 120 ships in his command. He ravaged and pillaged the Frankish Empire, and this story of Ragnar is so similar when compared with the tales of Ragnar that in all likelihood, the two Viking warriors were one and the same. During this period, Rouen was also raided. Rouen was the capital city of Normandy, and from 911 AD, it was controlled by Vikings who had pledged allegiance to France. So the Norse who subjugated England in 1066 were most likely Viking in origin, ironically enough. In 845 AD, the Norse also laid siege to Paris, and during this siege, the Viking warriors overwhelmed the army of King Charles the Bald. The Norsemen only agreed to leave once they had been paid 7,000 pounds of silver. This was an astronomical amount of money for the era. Stories and historic versions in the feudal literature regarding Ragnar Lothbrok diverge at times. However, the indispensable accounts of Ragnar are that he was, in fact, a Norse chieftain who raided and invaded England and France, and these specific facts are almost identical in every account that referenced the legend. Ragnar was possibly a powerful lord or jarl during the reign of King Horik II of Denmark. Despite varying popular accounts today, it is more probable that Ragnar heralded from Sweden or Denmark, rather than the commonly depicted Norway. French historians attest that Ragnar was not only a fierce and powerful warrior, but also a Danish king, who was the speculated son of Danish king Sigurd Herring and the daughter of King Alf, who ruled over Alfheimr, whose name was Alfhild. If this is true, Ragnar was born of royal blood on both his parents' sides. It is said that Alfhild died after giving birth to Ragnar. Also, it is important to note that many have previously depicted Ragnar as an impoverished farmer who only rose to great power as a result of his conquests and many raids. On the contrary, if his royal lineage is accurate, it would indicate that those who say Ragnar was a born noble and rose to also become a successful and powerful warrior are more accurate. It is mentioned in the ancient sagas of the Norse that Ragnar's father, Sigurd, had Ragnar recognized during an assembly of the Althing as next in line to reign before he set out on his last expedition, when Ragnar was only 15 years old. While we will never know with full accuracy whether the Nordic sagas are in reference to one man or tales spun from myth to create a legendary heroism that Ragnar Lothbrok is associated with, it is almost certain that the written tales are at the very least based on deeds of ancient Norse rulers and warriors during the Viking Age. Norse folklore played an often important role in the fostering of some of the legendary accounts, and probably the histories and sagas about Ragnar Lothbrok are indeed part factual and part fictional. The question remains as to who was the real Viking warrior and possible king known as Ragnar. Despite the varying accounts and uncertain beginnings, it is also affirmed that Ragnar was not a simple-minded brute whose only goal was to loot and pillage foreign lands. Most accounts describe a man who, yes, was fearsome and violent in battle, but also a man who was good to those under his leadership and protection. A man with big aspirations and an eye for the future, and one who will continue to go down as inventive and of superior intelligence. It must be kept in mind that battle patterns and concentrated attacks were a new concept, and it is felt by many that Ragnar's actions brought about the modernization of the art of war, whether it be by his actions or actions the opposing forces were made to take due to his different attack methods and techniques. As speculative as to the true identity of who Ragnar was, there is as much speculation as to how many wives he had and how many children they bore him. Most historical accounts point to Ragnar being wed 3 times, although there are some ancient texts that would indicate a 4th wife as well. The first documented wife was Lagertha, a fierce shield maiden in her own right. The second wife mentioned was Thora Townheart, who was said to be the daughter of an earl, and the third wife was a princess or queen named Asaug. The 4th wife, contributed to the legend that is the life of Ragnar, so far has gone unnamed. And this mention of a 4th wife offers little to no information as to who her identity may have been, or if she bore Ragnar any children. While little is provable, the idea of 3 or 4 wives during the Viking Age is no stretch of the imagination, as it was custom for men of this time to have more than one wife, even simultaneously. What is ironic about the concept of polygamy during this period is that adultery committed by a woman could warrant her sale into slavery, and men could actually be sentenced to death for the crime. One has to assume that the pressure of keeping multiple wives happy to prevent an accusation of adultery must have been a stressful and delicate balance, and one had to be wealthy in order to economically be able to provide for all wives and children. Again, if Ragnar was a noble or born of royal blood, he could have had multiple wives, and simultaneously at that. Whether he was married 3 or 4 times is speculative, but the number of children said to be fathered by Ragnar is impressive nonetheless. Ragnar was believed to have 2 daughters with Lagertha, the shield maiden, and it is referenced in passing that he did in fact have several other daughters with his other wives, but there is no clear number. And so far, the only 2 names mentioned in ancient texts are Ragnhild and Alf Ragnar's daughter. His sons, however, are better documented. Ubba, Hvitserk, Halfdan, Halfda, Eric, Agnar, Hastine, Rognvald, Harald, Friedleif, and Ivar the Boneless, and the well-known Bjorn Ironside are all documented as being born of Ragnar. Both Ivan and Bjorn are mentioned in many Norse sagas, and are in their own right legendary Viking heroes. During the ancient Viking era, it was common for prolific kinds of warriors to adopt other children as a way of ensuring their dynasty and legacy stayed intact. because the biological parents were deceased, or even to ensure that who they wanted to succeed upon their death did so. Because this practice did occur, it is fair to wonder if all the children claimed to be Ragnar's were his biologically or by design. Another factor to consider are the children that may be undocumented, as a Viking man could impregnate their slaves at any time, and if they chose to admit to their parentage, those children, despite being born of a slave for a mother, would be seen as legitimate children of their father and treated as such. Only if a child was born of two slaves for parents would that offspring be automatically classed as slave as well. At any rate, it is well documented that the sons of Ragnar were successful and warrior legends, and there are even sagas written to honor them also. Ragnar's sons were renowned as powerful and fierce chieftains of the Norse, who led a coalition of Norse warriors who hailed from Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, known as the Great Heathen Army. This heathen army was said to be commanded by Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, Ragnar's son, Ubba, Bjorn Ironside, and Sigurd Snake in the Eye. In 865 AD, the Great Heathen Army, led by Ragnar's sons, landed in England and began a 14-year-long war against the Saxon kingdom. This war ended in 878 AD, when the king of East Anglia gave the Viking warriors horses and a territory, which was named Danelaw, in exchange for a truce of sorts, encouraging the army to attack other kingdoms and giving their kingdom a respite from the incessant attacks. Many speculate that the reasons behind the brothers' unrelenting attacks on the medieval Britain were largely due to the death of their father. While there are two accounts of exactly how Ragnar died, all known accounts agree that Ragnar died on English soil. Per one tale, Ragnar was captured by King Aelle of Northumbria. King Aelle is said to have sentenced Ragnar to death, ordering him to be thrown into a pit full of poisonous snakes. This account describes an illness similar to dysentery, and that Ragnar died because of his illness before making it home to his native land. We may never be able to specifically separate truth from myth, the sagas, poems, and stories of Ragnar and his family, but this no doubt shows that whomever Ragnar really was, he and his iconic image have gone down in history as one of the most accomplished and celebrated Vikings in all of Norse mythology and lore. Chapter 2: Ragnar's Three Wives. There are many stories of Ragnar and his deeds within the sagas that were written about him, and this chapter is dedicated to the recollection of the tales revolving around Ragnar and his wives. Whether they are factual or fictional, these are the stories and poems of Ragnar and his three wives that have been handed down through the ages. Ragnar and Lagerthea. The story of how Ragnar met his first wife, Lagerthea, is an interesting one, as it ends in divorce, and in ancient times, divorce was not commonly documented. The tale begins when Ragnar takes to battle to avenge the death of King Sigurd of Norway. King Fro of Sweden led his men to Norway and killed King Sigurd. To further humiliate the deceased king and his legacy, King Fro decreed that the women on King Sigurd's family be sent to work in a brothel. Ragnar heard of this, and while he was always fierce in battle, the idea of the former king of Norway's family being sent to a brothel upset his senses, and so Ragnar gathered his men and went to Norway to avenge King Sigurd's death and rescue his family. The story is told that during the battle at the brothel, a few of the bravest women took up arms to fight alongside Ragnar and his men, and the shield maiden Lagerthea was one of those fierce women. Ragnar was so impressed with Lagerthea that once the battle was won, he followed Lagerthea back to her court to pursue her hand in marriage. Lagerthea was not interested in marriage, but she chose to string Ragnar along until the day came when he appeared to propose. Lagerthea was protected by a bear and a large hound, and when Ragnar arrived, both animals attacked Ragnar immediately. Ragnar killed the dog with his hands and used his spear to overcome the bear, and in doing so, won Lagerthea's hand in marriage. The two were wed, but Ragnar still held a grudge over Lagerthea's beasts attacking him, and he saw this as his wife's direct attempt to prevent his arrival and thwart their nuptials. It is believed that after the birth of their son, Friedleif, and their two girls, Ragnar divorced Lagerthea and returned to Denmark. After Ragnar had been back home in Denmark for a certain amount of time, civil war broke out amongst the Danish tribes. Ragnar sent word for help, and it is told that Lagerthea sent 120 warships full of men to aid him, and rode along to ensure all ended well and in Ragnar's favor. With Lagerthea's help, the civil war went Ragnar's way, and for this he was grateful. Making certain Ragnar's place in Denmark was secure, it is said that Lagerthea returned to her home in Norway, where she eventually ran into some trouble of her own by way of her second husband. Lagerthea and her new spouse fought constantly according to some accounts, and because of this constant volatile relationship, one night Lagerthea killed him, tired of sharing rule with a man. Lagerthea then ensured her own sovereignty and ruled alone from then on. Some historians believe that Lagerthea was not, in fact, a real Viking woman, but a reference to Lathgertha. Lathgertha is often considered an alternate name for Thorgerd. Thorgerd was a goddess and was considered to be a guardian of sorts, and she may also be connected with the goddess Freya. Whether Lagerthea was a shield maiden or a mythological reference to one of the goddesses, scholars may never uncover. Ragnar kills a serpent and gains a wife. King Sigurd Hering ruled over Denmark and had become a legend due in large part because of the battle he had won against Harald Wartooth in Bravelir. King Hering had one son, whose name was Ragnar. Ragnar was a healthy lad and had grown to be rather large, and also a very good-looking Viking. Ragnar was very intelligent and was good to all the men in his command, but also known as being ferocious toward all enemies. As soon as Ragnar came of age, he gathered as many men as he could, acquired his own Viking ship, and sailed around the world, becoming known as the greatest Viking warrior of the age. As it was told, Ragnar was so brave and successful in his conquests that none were his equal in battle. During this period in Ragnar's life, a powerful jarl named Herod, who lived in Gautland, also reigned in his region. Jarl Herod had a gorgeous daughter named Thora, and she was beloved by her father and all those that knew her. Thora was nicknamed Fortress Heart, which was a testimony to her beauty, manners, and grace. It goes without saying that her father, the Jarl, was very overprotective of his daughter. Jarl Herod had given Thora a small snake when she was younger, and Thora placed the snake in a little box with a piece of gold under it. Over the years, the snake grew to immense proportions, but so too did the gold grow, almost as if by magic. Thora lived in a bower, and around the bower the great snake lived, making trouble for all except those that fed it. Eventually, even Jarl Herod became wary of the great snake and the woes that came with it, and he swore an oath. Whichever man could slay the giant snake and rid them of its burden would be allowed to marry his daughter, and all the gold under the snake would be her dowry. Ragnar had heard of the Jarl's oath, but kept it to himself and pretended that he paid no mind to the matter. But, being keen as he was, Ragnar had special clothes made for himself, a pair of trousers, or breeches as they were often called, and a cape. Both were shaggy and hairy in appearance. Ragnar then had his new clothes boiled in tar, and when this was done, he hid the clothes. Not long during the summer, Ragnar led his warriors to the region of Gautland, not far from where Jarl Herod reigned. The next morning, Ragnar woke early and left his men and ship and traveled to the Jarl Herod's gate. To his surprise, not even the Jarl's men were awake yet, so Ragnar decided to head on towards the Bowery where Thora was known to dwell. Before arriving at the Bowery, Ragnar made sure he was armed with the spear he had taken before leaving his men on the shore, and Ragnar had rolled his spear in the sand before he left. Ragnar was prepared, armed, and ready to be done with the snake and claim his prize. Ragnar arrived at the Bowery and wasted no time in finding the head of the snake and stabbed it there with his spear. The second time Ragnar took his aim, he speared the giant snake through the spine and twisted so hard the spearhead broke from the shaft. The giant serpent made so much commotion that the bower shook. As Ragnar turned away from the snake for only a moment, he felt a gush hit him on the back near his shoulders. Thankfully, the shaggy, special clothes he had made and prepared protected him, and he was not harmed by the blood of the snake, which may have been poisonous. Everyone in the bower woke with a start, including the fair Thora. When she saw the large, handsome warrior who had killed the snake, she called out and asked who he was and why he had come to her home. Ragnar stopped walking and replied in poetic verses. Ragnar stated that he had gambled his life for Thora, had battled the giant snake even though he was only 15 years old at the time, and that he had killed the snake even though he knew it would kill him with one bite. And after reciting his prose to Thora, he walked away. Thora understood now why Ragnar was there and why he had done what he had done. She was taken aback by his size, as he surely did not look 15. And pondering this, Thora walked back to her chambers and went back to sleep. When everyone else woke and roused themselves for the day, they saw that the giant snake had been killed and was amazed. Jarl Herod even had the spear point removed from the snake's body, but even that was so large many had trouble holding it. The Jarl was fairly amused by this, and wondered if it had been a man or beast that had truly rid them of that dreadful snake. The Jarl and his daughter discussed how they could discover who had killed the awful serpent, and how to find who or what had killed it. Thora suggested to her father that he required an assembly, as that would mean everyone would be required to appear, and that whoever held the other end of the spear would be the one who had done the deed. So, as his daughter suggested, Jarl Herod summoned everyone to appear before him. Ragnar and his men, of course, had been told of the summoning, and they attended as asked. Once everyone was present, and it was a very large crowd, Jarl Herod called for a hearing. He thanked everyone in attendance for coming, and then he explained why he had called them all to him. The Jarl went on to tell the crowd that he wanted to acknowledge the killer of the snake and to make good on his oath. Jarl Herod then asked for the man who held the other end of the spear to come forward. Many men held broken spear shafts, and all who had brought one with them took turns laying them alongside the spearhead to see if they matched up. This went on for some time until it was brought where Ragnar and his men were seated. Ragnar aligned his spear shaft to the spearhead, and it was apparent to all that he had been the hero to kill the giant snake. Everyone rejoiced, and it would not be long until Ragnar became the most famous man in all the North. Ragnar asked the Jarl for his prize, and the Jarl, so impressed by Ragnar, agreed to arrange for the marriage of his beloved daughter Thora to him, as well as the gold as was promised. Ragnar and Thora were wed, and there were huge feasts and celebrations to honor the occasion. When the wedding festivities were over, Ragnar left for his home and took his new bride, Thora, with him. The two were very much in love, and they eventually had 2 sons. Ragnar and Thora named their sons Eric and Agnar, and the 2 boys grew to take after their father, being exceptionally large, strong, and skilled. Thora fell ill sometime after that, and died because of her sickness. Ragnar was broken-hearted at the loss of his beloved, and soon took to raiding again to help occupy himself and ease his love that was lost. Ragnar and Aslaug. Before we tell the tale of Ragnar and his wife, Aslaug, it is imperative to the story of how Aslaug came to be in the location she was when she first met Ragnar. King Heimer heard of the death of Brynhild and Sigurd, whom he was close with. Upset and worried about their daughter Aslaug, as the king was her foster father, which may have been similar to today's modern concept of godparents, he decided to act. The king was concerned that because of her noble status, Aslaug would be kidnapped or murdered. So King Heimer had a large harp constructed, and inside of it he placed Aslaug, hiding her to keep her safe. The king then filled the hollowed-out harp with rich clothing and silks, valuable jewels, and as much gold as he could fit inside as well, surrounding Aslaug with the finery. During the trek to safety, King Heimer made stops along the way, allowing for Aslaug to stretch and relax, and it is said that he fed her special or even magical herbs that not only helped keep her well fed and satiated, but also helped her grow and become stronger. The king finally came to the farm homestead of Grimme and Aki, an elderly couple, at Lindesnes in Norway. Aki was a kind old man, and not knowing who King Heimer was, he asked his identity. The king played the part of a peasant beggar. Aki's wife, Grimme, was not as kind as her husband, and she was also observant. Grimme saw the fine clothes poking out of the harp here and there, and she also noticed an exquisite, albeit expensive, ring peeking out from the beggar's robes, and determined that the poor man at their doorstep was actually a man of excessive wealth. Wanting the costly items she noted for herself, Grimme told her husband that they ought to kill the beggar. Aki did not agree with Grimme, and initially refused to follow through with her wishes, but after much aggravation and negotiating, Aki finally caved, and they killed King Heimer in his sleep. It is told that Heimer's outcries just as he was murdered were so loud that the earth shook, and the pillars of the house fell. After killing Heimer, the couple broke open the harp, and it was then they discovered Auslaug, who was still just a girl at the time. Aki and Grima decided to raise the girl, Auslaug, as their own daughter, and to hide her identity and beauty. They disguised the girl and renamed her Kraka, which meant crow. Time went on, and Auslaug grew more beautiful, and so she was made to wear a hooded cape and was covered in tar and dirt. And so, time went by until one eventful summer when Ragnar and his men came to the region where the homestead was located. Meanwhile, during another summer season of adventure, Ragnar set his ship and men towards Norway so that he could see his friends and kinsmen who lived in the region. One evening he directed his ship to a small harbor to anchor down for the night. A few of his men noticed a small farm not far from shore and decided to go to land to bake bread. Ragnar's men went to the little farm they had noticed in hopes that someone would let them use their home to cook rather than on the shore. Upon arriving at the farm, Ragnar's men met a small old woman and asked if she lived there. The old woman confirmed that she was the lady of the dwelling and told them her name was Grima. Aki had since died, and it was Grima who now controlled the farm. The men explained to Grima that they were men of Ragnar's, and that they needed to bake bread for the rest of the men at their encampment near the shore, and asked Grima if she wouldn't mind helping them complete this task. Grima explained to them that while she was old and her hands were frail, she had a daughter that would be able to help them. Grima went on to tell the men that her daughter's name was Auslaug, and she was wily and hard to control. Auslaug had been tending the livestock and had seen Ragnar and his men when they arrived in the harbor. Auslaug's adoptive mother was woeful of how beautiful her daughter was and would not let her bathe or care for herself regularly. She also always had the nagging fear of others finding out Auslaug's true identity and, in turn, what she and her deceased husband had done out of greed so many years ago. Willful as she was, when Auslaug saw the Viking ship, she set about the task of washing herself, including her stunning hair, which was so long and luxurious, it was said to touch the ground when she unbound it. After cleaning and making herself presentable, Auslaug made her way back home. Upon arriving at her farm, Ragnar's men were taken aback by the sight of Auslaug, trying to compare the ethereal beauty to the old crone of a mother. Grima, who was none too pleased considering the circumstances and Auslaug's disobedience, confirmed that this was her daughter. Auslaug asked Ragnar's men what help they needed from her, and quickly set about kneading the dough for their bread as they suggested. The men were so distracted by Auslaug and her looks, they even burnt the bread they had been preparing for Ragnar and the other men. Ragnar's men finally finished their cooking and went back to the ship and camp to serve the food they had made for them all. The men could not stop talking about Auslaug and how angelic she looked, so much so that even though they may be rightfully punished for serving such unappealing food, they begged to be spared punishment, claiming it was not their fault that they were unable to perform their duties up to the required standard. They repeatedly exclaimed it wasn't their fault. They were so distracted by the lady's beauty that she had bewitched them unawares. Ragnar heard the men and thought to himself that there was no way a woman could ever compare to his dead wife's beauty, and told the men so. The men said that they understood Ragnar's sentiment, but that the lady at the farm was still as beautiful as they claimed. Ragnar told the cooks that he would make them a deal. He would send other men, who he trusted more, to see the lady for themselves the next day. If she was as lovely as they swore she was, he would hold his punishment and forgive their error. But If the lady was not as beautiful as they stated, they would be punished. The cooks readily agreed with Ragnar's deal. The next day there was a strong wind, and Ragnar was not able to send his trusted men to the farm to gaze at the lady the cooks swore resided there. Ragnar told his men that night that he would send them tomorrow. If the lady were in fact as stunning as the cooks claimed, they should ask her to come down to the shoreline and meet him. But Ragnar was a smart man, and he knew that beauty without brains was a waste. So he gave the men special instructions on how this beauty should come and meet him. Ragnar decreed that the maiden comes to him clothed, but unclothed, neither full nor hungry, and that she should not come alone, but not without a companion. The men were puzzled by Ragnar's riddle, but still they traveled to the farm the following day and gave Ragnar's exact instructions to Aslaug. Aslaug thought long and hard about the requirements set upon her. Even though Grima discouraged her from even trying to bother with the conflicting demands, Aslaug needed time to think, so she told Ragnar's men that she would not come today, but would arrive tomorrow. All that evening and into the morning, Aslaug thought. Aslaug met with Ragnar's men and told them that she was almost ready to meet with him, but that she needed to change her clothing and prepare herself. Aslaug used a fishing net as a skirt, used her hair to cover her breasts, and finally felt that she was sufficiently clothed but unclothed. Then Aslaug sat down and took a bite of a leek. She was now neither hungry nor full. When Aslaug decided to leave to meet with Ragnar, she had her dog accompany her down to where he was. This way, she was neither alone or with anyone else. Grima realized that her daughter was much cannier than she realized and was proud of her. When Ragnar saw that Aslaug was heading down towards him, he called out to her, asking who she was there for. Aslaug replied to Ragnar in the form of a small verse, explaining that she was presenting herself to him exactly as he had required. Ragnar had his men go down and meet Aslaug and help her onto his ship, and her dog followed her. When Aslaug approached Ragnar, he reached out a hand in greeting, and suddenly her dog bit his hand. Ragnar's men killed the dog in haste, but other than that, all was well. Ragnar and Aslaug spoke, and Ragnar realized that he was besotted, as Aslaug was as smart as she was beautiful. Ragnar pleaded with Aslaug to join him on his journey, but to no avail. Aslaug replied to Ragnar that she would see him when he returned, and that he may find someone more appealing to him during his voyage. Ragnar then changed his approach and tried to convince Aslaug to at least spend the night with him before they set sail, and she again declined his advances, telling him that he would have to wait until he returned from his voyage. So Ragnar and his men set off, and eventually arrived in Sweden, where he went to visit Eystein Belli, who was a viceroy. While visiting Eystein, Ragnar was implored to marry his daughter, Ingeborg, instead of this Aslaug Ragnar kept speaking of. Eystein told Ragnar that this would be a better marriage, and after much prodding and convincing, Ragnar finally agreed to marry the viceroy's daughter instead. After the interesting visit, Ragnar and his men set out to return to their home. While sailing across the seas, Ragnar and his men spoke of the dilemma and Ragnar's change of heart. 3 birds overheard the gossip and flew to Aslaug and told her of Ragnar's decision. Aslaug, waiting, upset, but determined, and eventually she saw the ship and Ragnar and his men approach. Aslaug met with Ragnar and admonished him for his poor choice. While a marriage to a viceroy's daughter may have been socially more aligned with Ragnar's status, Aslaug admitted to Ragnar that she had actually been adopted by Grima and that the elderly couple had killed her ward when she was just a girl. She was, actually, after all, the true daughter of the famed Sigurd, who had killed the dragon Fafnir. Aslaug wanted Ragnar to choose her as his wife for who she was, not who she was born of. So Ragnar stole Aslaug away, but before she escaped, Grima put a curse on Aslaug that she said would set in if she did not wait 3 days before consummating her marriage with Ragnar. Unfortunately, after the wedding feast, Ragnar would hear none of Aslaug's warnings about Grima's curse in regards to their consummation, and insisted the wedding be confirmed with union right away, and he would not be dissuaded. When one of their children were born, he was born with no bones in his legs, and he was named Ivar the Boneless for his deformity, just as Grima had cursed. Time passed, and Ragnar set out on another one of his famous voyages, and found himself in the kingdom of King Eystein. King Eystein had a daughter named Ingebjorg, and Ragnar became entranced despite his wife and son at home. The king, being friendly with Ragnar, promised him his daughter, and so Ragnar returned home to Aslaug to tell her that he was going to take another wife. Aslaug, discovering she was with child while Ragnar was away, foretold to Ragnar that she would bear a child who had the image of a serpent in his eye, and if she did have their child, and their child did, in fact, bear the mark she foretold, he should stay with her and her children. If the child did not bear the mark of the snake, he was free to leave and be with Ingebjorg, and she would not attest. Ragnar agreed with Aslaug, and he waited for their child to be born. And, as it was, Aslaug bore a child with the snake in his eye, and he was named Sigurd Snake in the Eye. Ragnar, honoring his word, stayed with Aslaug and did not take Ingebjorg as a wife. Time passed, and King Eystein Belli was made aware that Ragnar had had another child with his wife Aslaug, and that he was staying with her, and refused to marry his daughter Ingebjorn. King Eystein became furious and attempted to rebel against Ragnar and his rule out of fury. At Aslaug's suggestion, Ragnar's older sons went to Sweden and killed the viceroy for his rebellion. As it is told that when Ragnar set out towards England on the expedition that would be his final voyage, he met his end because he failed to listen to Aslaug, who warned Ragnar that this voyage showed bad omens. Aslaug had pleaded with Ragnar, citing that his men were not well enough for the battle that they were about to take on. His wife also pointed out that the ships they were taking were neither the right ships for the journey to England's rough shores, but they were not in the best shape either. Ragnar did not heed his wife's warnings, despite all logic pointing to Aslaug's foretellings being accurate, and set sail with ill and too few men, on ships not adequate for the journey, and left for England anyway. Because of his marriage to Aslaug, and the seemingly magic she possessed, it is said that when King Aelle ordered Ragnar thrown into the snake pit that would result in his death, he was protected from the poisonous bites of the snake until the enchanted clothes given to him by Aslaug were ripped from him. Chapter 3. The Death of Ragnar's Sons. The saga told in regards to the death of 2 of Ragnar's sons is an important one, as it can also be seen as a saga that begins a series of events. When considering the cause and effect of these subsequent events told throughout Norse culture, one can easily ascertain how the death of Ragnar's 2 older sons eventually led to Ragnar's own subsequent demise and the rise of Ragnar's sons to power. While ancient documents may or may not be historically accurate, they are widely told and accepted as part of Norse culture. This chapter tells the tale, and it goes as follows. When Ragnar's older sons became adults, they sought their own glory. Ragnar's eldest sons wanted to be as legendary and successful as their father, so they set about to make a name for themselves by raiding and conquering. After summer seasons of gaining their own notoriety, the brothers asked Ragnar to provide them with ships and men to conquer even greater enemies. Ragnar's sons then also asked for their father's counsel and wanted Ragnar to tell them where they could find the most difficult foes. Ragnar told his sons of a land where the pagan tribes used magic to overcome their attackers, and to the two brothers, this prospect sounded like a sure way to supersede even their father's fame. Ivar the Boneless, being the eldest of Ragnar's sons, was the leader of the three, so Ivar informed his brothers that these foes had hidden cattle that were so fearsome in appearance that their enemies all ran at the sight of them and were overrun. In order to defeat these people, the brothers only had to stand their ground and not run in fear. So Eric and Agnar left their home and set out to defeat these pagans who used magic. After this defeat, Eric and Agnar, wanting to eclipse their father's legacy, continued to raid and plunder many regions, including those belonging to their father, and took lands that belonged to him, to Ragnar's disapproval. Ivar chose to establish himself in the town of Lidra. The other two sons went about subjugating the lands of Zealand, an island in Denmark, Gotland, Åland, Rydgotaland, and smaller isles all along the coast. To prevent his sons from overshadowing him in legend and power, Ragnar decided to appoint Eystein Belli as the king over the upper lands of Sweden in an attempt to prevent his older sons from trying to implant themselves there and to maintain his control of the region by proxy. Ragnar was upset that his sons would defy him and attempted to outshine him, but he continued his own voyages and raids nevertheless. During one summer, when Ragnar was off raiding in the Baltics, Eric and Agnar arrived at the Lake Malar region in Sweden and sent a message to Eystein Belli. Ragnar's two sons demanded that King Belli meet with them, and during this meeting, Agnar and Eric expressed to King Belli that they required Belli bow down to them, as well as offer up his daughter, Borghild, as a wife for Eric. King Belli asked Eric and Agnar to let him speak with the other Swedish chieftains, and Ragnar's sons allowed for him to do so. King Belli spoke with the other chieftains, and they unanimously agreed to not give in to Ragnar's sons or their demands, but rather decided to defend the region in Ragnar's name, and so they prepared and went to war with Eric and Agnar. King Belli and the other chiefs of Sweden raised a large army between themselves, and they quickly overwhelmed Eric and Agnar's men. During the battle, Agnar was killed, and Eric was subsequently captured. Now, King Belli did not wish to harm Ragnar's son, Eric, as Agnar was already killed in battle, and so he attempted to ply Eric with offerings of peace. King Belli offered Eric his daughter, as that was one of the conditions first requested of him, as well as most of the wealth in the region of Uppsala. Eric, being true to himself, denied all of King Belli's offerings. Eric requested that rather than take a peace offering, he would rather be able to pick the day of his death, and King Belli at last settled on this, as he had done all he could to make peace with Ragnar's son. Word eventually traveled to Aslaug about Eric and Agnar, and she became enraged and full of vengeance. Aslaug, calling herself Randalin, raised 1,500 Viking warriors and rode to Eystein Belli, while Ragnar's surviving sons sailed the region on ships. After a long onslaught of battle, Eystein Belli was finally killed, and Agnar and Eric's deaths were finally felt to be avenged. Ragnar was upset that his sons chose to seek revenge without his help, and without consulting with him, and he was thinking of his image as well. To ensure he would remain the most legendary Viking in history, he decided to attempt to conquer England with only Norse, to prove himself the most successful and fierce of them all. Aslaug pleaded with Ragnar not to make such an error, and despite her repeated warnings, Ragnar took the 2 ships when they were done being built, sailed to the coast of England, and began his perilous quest for glory. Nars were usually considered merchant ships, and not fit for the rocky shores of England. When Ragnar and his men arrived along the shores of England with his 500 men, the 2 ships were ruined. Ragnar and his men made it safely to shore somehow and began to raid England with fervor. Chapter 4. Raiding along the Isles. Many historians, who believe that Ragnar Lothbrok was an actual Viking who raided and plundered during the Viking Age, believe that it was this king and warrior of large aspirations that may have attacked and raided Ireland in the early years of this exciting era. Both ancient Norse works and scholarly historical chronicles describe Viking raids that befell in Ireland from 832 to 845. The Saxo Grammaticus ascertain that it was Ragnar Lothbrok himself who planned, directed, and controlled the invasions of Ireland during this period. Some ancient recounts credit a man known as Turgesius as the mastermind of the raids in 837. It is interesting that some scholars believe that this Turgesius may have been known by another title. Many allege that he was the heir and child of Harald Harfagri, who was the first king of Norway, although many disagree that the timeline does not add up. This conflict is where many historians claim that the Turgesius that was thought to have initiated the Viking incursion to Ireland was, in fact, Ragnar. After the initial assaults on Ireland, this Viking warlord, perhaps Ragnar, began to establish settlements in the region and colonize the territory. This man was described as reigning over Dublin. After initial colonization had taken place, it is said that one of the Viking rulers was killed, and after that, the Vikings retreated from Dublin, leaving behind those Vikings who had established themselves there. Vikings returned to Dublin in 841, possibly commanded by Ragnar again, and again attacked the region, regaining their control. The raiding and plundering of many regions continued until around 845. In 847, the Irish finally banded together to defeat the Viking invasions, and for a time there was peace. Until, that is, the return of Ragnar's sons between 856 and 857. Whether we will ever know for fact whether Turgesius and Ragnar are one and the same is highly unlikely, as these were ancient times, and formal recording was sparse at best. Many historians have weighed in, and their assumptions that Ragnar was the spearhead of this assault on the British Isles is based on skaldic poems and some ancient Irish and British documents that refer to the ruler of the assaulting Vikings of the period as Ragnar or Ragnall, along with a few other similar variations of the name. It is clear in discovered Norse literature that the leader of the conquering attacks in the British Isles during this period was led by Ragnar. Chapter 5. Death and Vengeance. This chapter reviews the circumstances of Ragnar's death. As it has been previously mentioned, there are 2 accounts of Ragnar's death. One, heroic and legendary in its own telling, and another just as likely, albeit less Viking-like. It is noteworthy that British historical documents confirm that England was in fact subjugated by the sons of a Viking named Ragnar. At any rate, the retelling of the account below is ascribed to one of the oldest recollections and is included within the sagas of ancient Viking culture. During the time ascribed to this tale, King Aila ruled over Northumbria in England. When King Aila learned that the Viking raiders had come into his realm, he mustered a mighty army and marched these warriors against Ragnar. Because Ragnar had only come over with about 500 warriors of his own, Ragnar and his men were overwhelmed by the English forces. There was a ferocious battle between Ragnar and King Aila's forces. Unfortunately for Ragnar, because the sheer size of the English forces, most of his men were brought low and killed during the battles. Ragnar tried his best and was charged by King Aila's forces 4 times before being subdued. It is said that Ragnar wore the same silk jacket that Aslaug had given him before he departed from Denmark, and that it was because of the enchantments placed on the garment that iron would not pierce Ragnar. Eventually, though, Ragnar, although unharmed, was taken captive by the English. As punishment for his deeds, King Aila sentenced Ragnar to death and ordered him thrown into a pit of vipers and snakes. Because of Aslaug's magical jacket, the snakes would hiss and nip toward Ragnar, but did not bite into him or release their poison. King Aila realized that as long as Ragnar wore the enchanted clothing, he would never be killed by the snakes, and so ordered Ragnar be stripped of his clothes. As soon as his clothes were removed, the snakes attacked Ragnar, thrashing and biting him until he was dead. He died with courage and honor, according to the Viking way, and was welcomed to Valhalla for dying with bravery. Ancient Norse documents contain the purported death poem that Ragnar spoke before he fell into his final sleep. It is claimed that Ragnar wrote the poem himself, memorized, and then recited it just before he died. One monk has recorded what he believed to be the religious enlightenment as to the mythological nature of Ragnar's demise. The monk stated that God had struck Ragnar down for his crimes against Christian nations. When Ragnar's sons heard of their father's death, they rode west to England to take up arms against King Aila. Ivar the Boneless, Ragnar's eldest son, refused to engage in this endeavor along with his brothers. Because of this, and because King Aila's army was so immense, the rest of Ragnar's sons and their men were defeated and fled to their ships in retreat. Once the Vikings reached their ships, they retreated back to Denmark. Ivar the Boneless decided to stay in England and set about to entreat with King Aila in regards to the death of his father and to seek compensation for the killing. Because Ivar held his forces when his brothers attacked in retaliation for the death of Ragnar, and because Ivar requested to meet in civility, King Aila saw this as a sincere offer of peace. During his communication with King Aila, Ivar asked the king to compensate him for his father's death by bequeathing as much land as he could to him, as he could not return to Denmark and his brothers empty-handed, and expect them to want peace as well. After considering all that Ivar said, King Aila agreed to the terms, and the two set negotiations and agreed to terms of land. Ivar stayed in England, and over the course of some time built the town of York. Ivar was canny like his father, and he began to make alliances with the people of the country and surrounding areas. Ivar made a special point to meet and engage with the leaders of the areas as well, and eventually, the chiefs of these English lands pled their loyalty to Ivar and his brothers. All the pieces were now in place, and Ivar was ready to make his move. Ivar contacted Ragnar's other sons, his brothers, in Denmark, and informed them that they may be successful in avenging their father's death at the hands of King Aila if they came to England now, with as large a Viking army as they could muster. When Ivar's brothers received the message, they raised their armies and headed towards England. When Ivar received word his brothers were on their way, Ivar met with King Aila. Ivar told the king that he wanted to keep him informed, and that he would meet with his brothers when they arrived, in an effort to keep the peace between them and the king. He expressed to the king that he himself could not raise arms against his own brothers, but he would do his best to make their visit to England a peaceable one. The king, unknowing Ivar's true role in the situation, agreed with Ivar and allowed him to be the go-between between himself and Ragnar's other sons. Ivar met with his brothers when they arrived with their army in England, and incited rage and savagery in them in regards to the murder of their father. Once he had successfully ensured the Vikings were thoroughly infuriated and ready to battle, he returned to King Aelle to report to him. Ivar informed King Aelle that his brothers and their army are crazed with revenge and that they wanted to wage war against King Aelle, no matter the cost. King Aelle was still unaware at this point that Ivar the Boneless had dual intentions, and so he sends his men to meet the Vikings and wage war with them. During the clash of Vikings and English warriors, many of King Aelle's army left his side and joined the Viking cause, thanks to Ivar's years in England and his specific tactical maneuvering of befriending the countryside chieftains close to York. King Aelle and his army soon found themselves outnumbered, and much of his forces were killed in battle. The king, outnumbered and defeated, soon found himself being taken captive by Ragnar's sons. Ivar and his brothers now had the king who killed their father, and they contemplated how their father was tortured at the hands of King Aelle. Ragnar's sons had an eagle cut into the flesh of King Aelle's back, and then ordered all his ribs be cut from his spine with a sword. Once that was finished, the king's lungs were then pulled through the opening and splayed about his body. This form of torture is commonly referred to as the blood eagle method of torture. The blood eagle is always depicted as being performed on royals or people of royal lineage, and is thought to be a blood sacrifice to Odin. After the battle was over and King Aelle was killed, Ivar the Boneless named himself king over the parts of England his forefathers before him held rule over. Ivar had 2 brothers in England, born of Ragnar out of wedlock. Ivar sent the 2 bastard brothers, whose names were Husto and Yngvar, to torture and kill King Edmund the Saint, and once he was dead, Ivar took his kingdom as well. Ragnar Lothbrok's sons became even more ruthless and legendary than their father. They raided more lands in England, Normandy, France, and elsewhere. It is said that the furthest they got in their raiding was the town of Luni. The brothers debated going to Rome, but they decided against it. Ragnar's sons and their battles and raids became infamous and legendary, their exploits famous throughout all the north where Old Norse was spoken. When Ragnar's sons made their way back to their home in Denmark, they divided and shared the lands between themselves and were highly revered. Bjorn Ironside reigned over Uppsala and central Sweden, and it is said that Sigurd, Snake in the Eye, ruled over Holland, Scania, and Zealand, and Oslo and Agdar held power in Norway's uplands, while Hvitserk reigned in Winland and Rydgotaland. Sigurd Snake in the Eye married the daughter of the murdered King Aelle, and her name was Belaya. Belaya and Sigurd had one son, named him Horda Knut. The son of Sigurd and Belaya was believed to be named after his godfather, the son of Knut, the foundling. Horda Knut was said to become a powerful ruler as his father and grandfather before him. Knut went on to govern all the lands of Ragnar's sons whenever they went away to battle or raid. It is important to note here again that Ragnar commissioned the building of only 2 ships for his planned invasion to England. These ships were bulky and similar to mercantile ships, as opposed to the sleek and more enduring longboats the Vikings often sailed great distances in. If he had heeded Aslaug's warnings, he may have been alive long enough to have his life and adventures documented better to ensure his legacy lived on. Chapter 6. The Legacy Lives On. Ragnar's Legacy. As you can see, the myth that is Ragnar is a complex tale of a complex man. His contribution to history, whether specifically historically accurate or embedded with myth, cannot be denied. Ragnar's imprint on Norse society was a long-standing one, not flighty or short as many are during ancient times. Ragnar proved that if you are fierce enough, courageous enough, and have big enough aspirations, you can, in fact, leave a legacy that is not only in epic proportions, it can, in fact, make a mark on history itself. Ragnar had a vision, and his vision left a lasting impression on Norse warriors and the way they viewed and engaged in battle. He also changed the culture of his people in the way they marked their seasons. His aspirations of greatness led to his tradition of choosing the summer months as raiding seasons, and this practice continued long after his demise. Discovering and learning to utilize weaponry and technological advances of the countries he raided and invaded, Ragnar ensured that the heathen army would continue to learn from their nemesis and progress with the times. Ragnar also changed and altered the raiding patterns of the Vikings, and this too lived on long after his passing. One cannot help but ponder on whether Ragnar Lothbrok was a hero or a villain. When considering Norse cultural standards and traditional pagan or pre-Christian Scandinavia beliefs, Ragnar did not die an honorable death that would have earned him a place in Valhalla. But again, according to the same religious belief systems that were part of the Viking Age, Ragnar lived and died just as the fates predetermined him to do. He was a man of bravery and courage in the face of many daunting obstacles and foes, but he also was a man of vanity that may have ultimately died simply because he wanted his legacy to outshine those of his sons and did not heed his wife's advice. If we consider the deeds that were committed against people whose regions Ragnar was invading, he can easily be seen as a villain. Raiding involved killing, torture, and destruction of lives, and desecration of holy places, and enslaving and capturing prisoners. When considering that the majority of these invasions may have taken place because the Vikings needed goods and trades in order to live, and many regions would not willingly trade with them, shows us that while the methods may have been cruel, Ragnar did have the people of his homeland in mind. So, does that make him a hero as well? Ragnar may have been a murderer, but he was also seen as a savior by many of his people during the Viking Age. The trade that eventually evolved into an international trade route, the establishment of settlements in the British Isles that brought about the formation of formal villages and towns where none had existed before, and the advancement of technology and the art of war can all be attributed to Ragnar and his deeds. So, it may be true that everything is equal, so with the bad also comes an equal and fair amount of good. Being born of greatness, Ragnar's sons also continued their father's legacy. During this ancient era, each of Ragnar's sons ruled and rose to greatness in their own rights, and globally held rule over regions throughout the world. That fact, in and of itself, speaks to the lasting legacy that is Ragnar Lothbrok. The Norse lasting impression on modern culture. Even though the Viking Age concluded over 900 years ago, the traditions of the Norsemen and their culture still lives on today. Democratic processes and rules of law are two ideas which were apparent in the Viking era. The Norse practice of Althing is commonly believed to be the first national assembly process to ever occur in European countries. The Althing had the same powers and inner workings of a modern parliament, and the making of laws was a common practice. The Althing also was an assembly that resembled a modern-day court system, which the power to rule and pass judgment on any number of issues, finding guilt or innocence. All free Norsemen took part in this parliament-style assembly, as the rise of great kings eventually led to the demise of this democratic process. It can easily be seen that these ancient Nordic practices paved the way for a more democratic future. Women were not allowed to vote during the Althing, but other than that aspect, Norse women shared many modern rights not seen in other cultures. Norse women who lived during the Viking era enjoyed a considerable amount of equality. Being allowed to divorce their husbands was one such way that many women worldwide do not share, even today. Viking women also were able to own lands and property themselves, and often ran their farms and homesteads with the same capacity as their spouses when they were away raiding or on other journeys. The Viking Age also paved the way to our language today. While Latin and French are often easily identifiable, the fact that much of the root of our words are quite full of and embedded with Old Norse is often overlooked. The Vikings were also a people of abounding creativity, which is apparent in their oral history and the manner in which it presents itself. They were skilled weavers and made their own cloth for every purpose imaginable. They carved on almost every substance, from stone to metal. They painted, they danced, they sang and wrote poetry. And their imaginative, storytelling capabilities have literally stood the test of time. How ironic that a people often seen as rough and savage have some of the longest-held prose of poetry and song. Ireland and Scotland had no established towns or settlements prior to the Viking Age and the subsequent Scandinavian invasion. Towns, villages, and trade centers all evolved into what is now a modern-day, populated region as a direct result of the Viking colonization. If not for the settlements and process of trade commerce, the concept of an international trade economy may not have been realized for centuries to come. A final thing to consider is that had it not been for the Vikings and their inundating raids, the idea of taxes may never have been considered. When the Vikings landed in Europe and began their raids and attacks, European royalties saw that they had to find ways to organize and refuse their advances. Kings were required to raise money and fast, especially once they had gained all they could via the church. The Vikings continued to raid, and especially began to target the churches of Europe, as that was where a majority of the wealth was known to be had. As the threat of Vikings rose, the churches became disadvantaged financially and unable to further assist the ruling class. During one raid in 994, the Norsemen threatened to lay waste to Canterbury Cathedral by way of fire, unless the archbishop agreed to pay them an astronomical sum of money considering the time period. The Archbishop of Canterbury had previously controlled most of the wealth in England, but had to actually borrow money from another bishop to appease the Vikings. After that time, kings began to tax the people they ruled over to compensate their losses and to help continue the financial support needed to reign their lands successfully and protect from catastrophic invasions. Chapter 7. Sources of Information. Literary sources offer the most information available today on Ragnar Lothbrok. While historical references are mentioned, the factual documentation of raids, voyages, conquests, and overall bookkeeping and scribing was not a practice the Norse of the Viking Age took part in. The Scandinavian history is rich in folk tales, stories, myths, and legends, and for what this history lacks in documentation, it most certainly makes up for in excitement and intrigue. The oral historians that the Vikings were, their skalds were creative and skilled enough that many of their stories lived on for centuries to come. Scandinavian skalds traveled from tribe to tribe, bringing along with them information, news, and education. These skalds shared freely with the people of the region, and it was their job to not only share information, but to entertain as well. Music and songs were often a part of the stories they told, and were often the main source of entertainment for the Norse, especially during the long, enduring winter months. Most of the recollections of Ragnar Lothbrok were only penned centuries after the Viking Age and were passed down generationally. It is likely that there were variations and alterations over the years, and scribes of the later centuries could only write what they were told. Inconsistencies abound, but many basic tenets of the story of Ragnar himself seem to have remained much the same. The following references all include mentions, stories, and sagas of Ragnar Lothbrok. The tale of Ragnar's sons was likely scribed in a monastery hundreds of years after the events detailed in the work. It was likely written as a yearly chronicle of the known historical events. The saga of Ragnar Lothbrok was written during the 13th century and covers the retelling of the major events of Ragnar's life. The Volsung saga is the document where we begin to learn about Ragnar, and includes tales that span a 100-year time span. The Heimskringla saga was written by Snorri around 1230, and while it is an exciting read, many scholars dismiss this body of work as one of fiction over fact. Snorri was a historian and poet. While his saga may not be historically factual in every way, it does deliver much insight into Scandinavian politics and culture. The Prose Edda, also written by Snorri, is the foundation of the sagas of Ragnar Lothbrok and the tale of Ragnar's sons. This body of work gives quite a bit of description on Norse mythology. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle was initiated in the 700s and seems to have been penned around the period in which it references. Although Ragnar is not mentioned specifically in this documentation, it does provide an English view into the Viking invasions that occurred during the era. The Krakomal is the story of Ragnar's death and is believed to have been written around 1100. This work includes the poem that Ragnar supposedly composed and spoke before his demise. History of the Danes was written between 1150 and 1220, and was written by a historian of Danish descent. This documentation gives insight to values and mentions Ragnar by name. The Annals of Ireland mentions a son of Ragnar, and many scholars cite this mention as proof that Ragnar was, in fact, a real man and not just a mythological legend. The Poetic Edda is a collection of Norse legends and myths, and is the most popular and widely known body of work that contains poems and sagas of the ancient Norse. Conclusion. The ancient culture and traditions of the North is a fascinating and complex one. It is no wonder that men such as the iconic Ragnar Lothbrok herald from this age of long ago. We thank you for your interest in Ragnar Lothbrok and the man behind the sagas, poems, and stories that have survived centuries. We hope that this book provided you with a look into not only the epic stories and mythological legends that surround the great Viking king of the Norse, but that it also encouraged you to look beyond the myths and into who this man may have truly been at the core. Further investigation into the ancient customs and people like Ragnar will help us learn more about our own traditions and customs today, as it is apparent that many of them originated from this long-ago era. Thank you for listening to this book. We do hope it is full of fun and interesting facts and myths for you to consider. Finally, if you found this useful or entertaining in any way, a review is always appreciated. This has been Ragnar Lothbrok, the tale of a Viking warrior king, written by Bernard Hayes, narrated by J. Huff. Copyright 2017 by Bernard Hayes. Production copyright 2017 by Bernard Hayes. Vikings, a concise history of the Vikings. Written by Bernard Hayes. Narrated by J. Huff. Chapter 1. The Beginning of an Era. Denmark, Sweden, and Norway are the homelands of the Vikings. Prior to the Viking Age, these regions were not well-defined political regions until this age when they began to form. The common borders of these regions have changed many times throughout history, and while the geographical appearance of these lands have changed throughout the years as well, the conditions of these regions remain much the same as it did during this ancient era. Modern Scandinavia's foundation was carved during the Viking Age, and never previously or since have so many pivotal and fast changes occurred in their history. Scandinavia had never played such an important role on the global stage. The Vikings during this period could move easily from Greenland to Spain and to many regions. They appeared under many different guises. Vikings were referred to as traders, pirates, warlords, explorers, immigrant farmers, and conquerors. High-quality, crafted ships and tough seamanship allowed the Vikings to travel great distances, and this also contributed to their warriors' achievements abroad. Their high mobility and surprise attack style only aided the Vikings in their search for wealth and power. Because of trade associations, the Vikings were familiar with many of the lands they set out to conquer, and they themselves adapted easily to others' ways and customs. Life varied quite a bit in the different regions of the north during the Viking Age, as there was a great distance between the regions. Not all tribes, clans, and regions of Scandinavia worshipped the same gods regularly. Their political and legal edicts were dissimilar. Even their runes varied to a degree. These geographical differences also indicated agricultural variations in practice and difference in building and construction. Raising livestock in Denmark wasn't nearly as hard as it was in much of the rest of Scandinavia, as longer and harder winters in other regions often dictated that animals needed to be stored indoors for many months to ensure survival. While a major export for Denmark was their livery, hunting and furs were bigger exports for the other, colder regions. However, each region had many differences during the subsequent Viking Age. A defined cultural entity began to emerge among the scattered people. The natural resources that Scandinavia provided make the region almost completely self-sufficient, and it was more remote and separate from the rest of the European nations of the time. Being almost surrounded by water, the most prominent and inhabited areas of Scandinavia were coastal locations. Being near so much water, the Vikings naturally were adept and advanced in their construction and knowledge of ships, and communicating by way of the sea was much easier for them to adapt to at earlier points in history than many other regions of people. From the 8th to the 11th century, Scandinavians were prominently figured in the history of Europe as settlers, invaders, and conquerors. The British Isles and Frankish Empire were plundered extensively, and there are documented raids of these Viking warriors as far as northern Africa. During the 9th century, they gained control of many regions, including parts of England, and established themselves bases along the Irish coast. The bases along the coasts of Ireland served as front-line locations for them to launch attacks on the lands easier. Western Scandinavian clans immigrated to settle much of the British Isles, Iceland, and other small islands and locations previously uninhabited. In the later years of the 10th century, the Vikings began to also settle in Greenland and explore in North America. The assault the Vikings led in Western Europe came to a peak in the early years of the 11th century, when the Danes conquered England and its kingdom. Other Viking clans from what is eastern Sweden were similarly raiding in Eastern Europe during this time. While Eastern Europe did not have the wealthy churches and well-established villages, the Vikings did exploit the wealth of furs and slaves of the region. Some Viking chieftains were able to gain power in certain areas, and many settled in what is now Russia. The very first Viking raid reported in Western Europe was conducted against a monastery in the British Isles known as Lindisfarne. In 793, the monastery, off the coast of Northumberland, was attacked, and in 794, another monastery was similarly attacked. During 795, the Vikings began to conduct raids on the monasteries in the west, including those located on the coast of northeast Ireland, and were quite successful in their endeavors, as most monasteries at the time were unguarded and ill-prepared at best. The first recorded outright raid of the continent was in 799, at St. Philibert's, also an island monastery. There were likely also raids in southeast England, but none were reported until 835 AD. It is apparent that by the last decade of the 7th century, the raids were an epidemic to the region, as rulers and kings on both sides of the English Channel began to act against the raiders. Many historians have suggested that the Vikings began to raid and conquer because of increased population in Scandinavia, but there is little to no evidence that there was ever societal pressure during the Viking Age to move or relocate because of population increases. Most warlords and warriors who set sail and engaged in raiding other regions were seeking wealth, not lands to rule over or settle. While it is accurate that many Vikings chose to immigrate and settle regions as they were conquered, most of those who chose to relocate to the British Isles, Russia, and Iceland did so because the idea of having more land than was possible in their native Scandinavia was an appealing idea to them. Where each of the respective Viking tribes chose to embark was greatly influenced by their varied landscapes. Norse Vikings embarked westward, as the voyage across the North Sea would certainly allow for quicker landfall on the mainland of Scotland. These easy-to-reach northern isles were close steps to Ireland, northwest England, and Iceland. The Icelandic settlers, in turn, moved towards Greenland, and Greenlanders set out to explore the North American coastlines. Sweden set their sights on the east, as did the Danes to a degree. Sweden had already established Scandinavian villages on the east and south coasts of the Baltic Sea, and developed trade had already tentatively begun. The beginning of the Viking Age was marked for Sweden by this regularly established contact via trade with the East, specifically the Islamic Empire in Asia. The Danes did follow suit along the Baltic Sea, as Sweden did, but the region's focus was west, along with the south coast of the North Sea. This region was controlled by the Frisians. The Frisians were recognized as accomplished merchants during the 8th century, and had well-established trade contact with Scandinavians at this point in history. It is no irony that the Frisians became a central target for Viking raids during the 9th century, as their wealth made them well-known and easy targets for the Viking warriors. One main factor in the surge of raids was the commercial expansion in northwest Europe that had begun almost a full century before the first reported Viking raids. Trade between Scandinavia and England during the end of the 7th century had already created an increase in trade locations. The result of large trading centers and new developments began to impact Scandinavia, and the highly sought-after furs of Scandinavia by European countries only increased trading more. During the summer, merchants would sail into the Baltic, buy valuable furs, whetstones, and amber from the Vikings at these established trade locations, and sail back to Europe before the winter months arrived. These commercial ties between the North and Western Europe only helped pave the way for the Vikings to begin to raid. Trading bred familiarity, and this newfound knowledge led to the advancement of Viking ships and sails. This contact also gave the Vikings insight into how Europeans traded, what their measure of wealth was, and the gossip they brought along with them gave the Vikings insider information on who was warring with whom. Chapter 2: Daily Life During the Viking Age. Weaving and Tapestry. During the Viking Age, Norse women played a vital role in the overall operation of the home. They provided to their homes and families as well as the men, and often without the presence of a strong female, a household would struggle and easily fall to ruin. The primary tasks Viking women undertook, aside from cooking, was the crafting of clothes for the family. Even in wealthier Viking homes that could afford to purchase silks or woolen cloth from other regions mercantile, weaving and spinning likely occupied many hours of the day. The wealthy Viking homes would have had slaves to aid in this grueling, laborious activity. The drawn-out task of spinning and weaving would first begin with plucking or shearing wool from sheep. Once the wool was removed from the animals, it would need to be spun, possibly dyed, and would then need to be shrunk and filled to help close gaps in the material made. Filling is the process of soaking the material in alkaline substances to reduce oils. Urine would have been one of those alkaline substances. Once the above steps were completed, the cloth would then be cut with shears. Clothes, rugs, sails for ships, wagon covers, and even tents would have been made from cloth and woolen materials processed this way. South Scandinavian regions grew flax and would make linen using a similar process as the northern regions. Meals and diet. Meals were prepared twice daily in Viking Age homes, one meal at morning and one in the evening. All daily tasks would have to be completed around the two important meals. Viking diets would vary greatly from region to region, but because of the population centralizing more toward the coast, it is easy to assume that fish was a staple of most Viking meals. Onions, peas, garlic, and cabbages were the most common vegetables grown. Viking-era bread was often coarse, as they were often full of substitutes for grain, including pine bark and dried peas, along with coarse ground wheat. The dough was kneaded in wood troughs and baked on embers. Grinding and baking would have also been daily household tasks, and bread would have to be eaten while it was still hot, as it would have been too hard to eat once cooled, as it was unleavened. Protein sources also consumed by Vikings included goat, beef, pork, veal, lamb, horse, and mutton. But domestic animals were raised for several reasons besides food. Animals were also raised as a source of dairy, for riding, for their wool and hides, and as traction. Additionally, the Vikings also hunted wild game for sustenance. Whales, deer, bear, seals, eel, and reindeer were hunted regularly, and smaller game like birds and rabbit were trapped. Birds and their eggs were consumed regularly, and chicken and geese were often raised as livestock. Vikings fished both the salt and fresh waterways, and a myriad of fishing equipment has been uncovered through the years. Herring, cod, eel, and haddock were commonly traded by the Vikings and consumed. Fish and meat were either preserved for the winter or sent off for trade. To preserve these goods, most often slaves would boil seawater to retain the salt for preservation, and then the goods were pickled in brine, and then smoked or dried in the wind. Milk from domesticated animals was either drunk or often made into cheese and butter. Beer, mead, and fruit wine were also made regularly for special occasions, festivals, and to see the Vikings through the long, hard winter months. Home and hearth. Being hospitable and liberal with food and drink was an admirable trait during the Viking Age, and providing hospitality was an essential trait to most Vikings. As the weather was often harsh and unpredictable, it was not uncommon for Vikings to get stuck in one location for weeks at a time unexpectedly. And it would not have been uncommon for people to arrive unannounced, seeking respite. During the winter months, evenings would be passed, eating, drinking, and the recitation of poems, songs, sagas, and singing and dancing. Many discoveries of board games have been uncovered, with game pieces made from bone, wood, or glass that were moved around a wooden board. Although the game of chess would not have been known by Scandinavians until the end of the Viking Age, the games they played were probably not dissimilar. Farming and agriculture. Fields were cultivated with picks, iron blades, and hoes affixed to wooden shafts or smaller handheld spades. Bigger fields were plowed with something called an ard, which is a rudimentary form of plowing. An ard was pulled through the earth by one or more animals, was guided by men, and while it did create a groove in the dirt, it did not furrow the earth deep enough. Many times a field would have to be crossed over many times and in many directions with the ard to turn the soil enough for planting. Fertilizing fields with animal dung was a job left for slaves to complete, and it was slaves who also herded the animals and did the heaviest labor. Some of these laborious tasks would have included providing construction materials and digging peat for fuel or iron ore. Later during the Viking Age, it is apparent that a more proper and effective plow began to be used. Grains were harvested by Vikings with a sickle, and men and women both harvested together to ensure that enough food was available, not only for the people, but for the livestock as well during the winter months. Harvesting practices vary greatly by region. In Denmark, there was ample pasture for most of the animals, but locations like Iceland had to harvest enough grain for all their animals. It was a common practice in Iceland to kill weaker livestock off before the winter to preserve the grain feed. The meat from the animal killed would provide protein during the winter months, as their meat would be preserved and stored. Scythes were used to cut hay, and sometimes foliage was supplemented when needed. Driving sheep and cattle up mountainsides to allow them to feed on previously untouched pastures during the summer months was a practice that began during the Viking Age. Driving a herd to another location meant that not only would the animals be allowed to feed better, but the land would be freed up for cultivation as well. Iron works. Ironsmith and smelting were common tasks completed on many Viking farms. The iron work was done for the purpose of making weapons, nails, and rivets for the construction of boats. High-quality iron would even be traded in bars, like the way that gold bars are now highly valuable. Smithies would have a basic toolkit, including tongs and bellows, an anvil, chisels, and shears. While some villages had professional smithies, and most farms had the capacity to work iron, there were traveling iron workers who specialized in specific types of work, such as jewelry making, bronze work, or weaponry. Art. Craftsmen and artists were prominent during the Viking Age and were especially important. Most art during this time was steeped in religion, and artwork and adornments were commissioned by societal upper classes to identify them from the rest of the population. Elements of Norse mythology can easily be identified in uncovered works, but it is also interesting that as the Vikings began to plunder and raid in other regions, they often picked up designs of varying locations and began to incorporate those designs into their work as well. A good example of this would be the floral designs of the trefoil, which was a Frankish ornamentation that did not begin to become popular in Scandinavian culture until the 11th century. Viking ornamentation was often splendid, and jewelry was often functional as well as decorative. Wealth and prominence were often displayed by the Vikings by way of neck and arm rings that were made of precious materials, and necklaces, brooches, and pendants were common among those Vikings that could afford them. Much of the recovered jewelry and adornment pieces from the Viking Age are silver, with many being refashioned from Arabic silver. Payment during this era was often made by weight in silver, so these jewelry pieces were a good way for one to literally carry around their wealth. Gold was used for ornamentation as well. Most of the surviving pieces of the Viking Age come from burial sites, and almost all are Scandinavian-made. Construction. Materials used for building and construction varied greatly throughout Scandinavia, based on the region's resources. Stone, dirt and turf, wood, clay, and any combination of these materials were often used in construction. Roofs were fashioned from grass, hay, and even wooden shingles. The first buildings to be constructed using mortar and stone techniques were churches built during the 11th century, after the Viking Age. Internal freestanding posts and posts that bore the weight of roofs were constructed as techniques and methods improved. The homes of chieftains and nobility were distinguishable by their size, level of craftsmanship, and were likely carved and painted for decoration. Churches were often just as grand as the homes of the prestigious. Doors to homes were often decorated with iron fittings or carved for ornamentation, and locks were made for both dwellings and outbuildings out of iron or wood. The woman of the home was usually the one to hold the keys to the home, and this responsibility was directly linked to the individual's status. The hearth was usually in the center of what would be considered the living room in modern times, and the inside of the homes were often divided into many rooms, with little or no window openings to the outside that could not be easily shuttered against harsh weather. Floors were often simple dirt floors, and it was a common practice to spread hay or straw along the floor and add it as necessary to prevent tracking in water, snow, or ice. Rugs, cushions, and pillows, tapestries, and cloth and furs were likely the most important furnishings to the Vikings, and lockable chests were used commonly. Furniture was rare, although low stools were likely used in many Viking homes. People most often sat on the floor or crouched when eating, talking, or congregating. Sleep compartments were often built in small alcoves and dwellings, and were often simple platforms where fur could be laid upon. Runes and rune stones. Runes were already present in Scandinavia by the time Christianity was introduced. The origin of runic inscriptions is still debated, but the Vikings believed the runes were a gift to them from the god Odin himself, and most historians today agree that runes were created around the 2nd century. The oldest runes found to date are on artifacts uncovered in Scandinavia and are dated around the 3rd century. While this is a significant archaeological find, it is not until the Viking Age that runic engraving became more prevalent. Runes were often carved in metal, wood, stone, or bone, and while the parchment documentation that was common with European countries may seem more civilized than the barbaric carvings of the Vikings, the practice itself was not without its benefits. For a Christian scribe to document something, they would first have to make a parchment from animal hide, prepare an ink from metallic salts or oak galls, and then fashion a pen from goose quill, then rule the parchment out with a sharp object to keep the writing uniform. All a Viking needed to write something was a sharp-pointed tool or knife and a stick. The disadvantages of the Viking way of writing was that it would obviously be more difficult to carve out anything in length. Nordic runic characters are vertical-shaped and do not include curves. This was likely to help to carve the wood and eliminated working against the grain. Viking rune masters had developed a distinct alphabet, which included 16 letters. While the runes were indigenous to Scandinavia, each region had their own variations of the same runes. The Vikings used 2 primary types of runes, one known as the Danish futhark, and the other Swede-Norwegian futhark. Runic symbols were created for the primary engraving on wood, but they were adapted for other materials over time that were more durable. Many more examples of the runic inscription on metals and stone, as opposed to wood. Considering the stronger materials that were carved upon, rune masters could use different methods to carve, and thus these items' letters began to be more rounded, as with the letters R and B. Vikings used runes for a variety of purposes. Inscriptions were carved for memorials. Boundary posts were engraved to mark property and acknowledge ownership. Stones were carved for markers of roads and bridges, and of course, small bones and stones were carved with runes for the purposes of rune casting. Runic monuments, memorials, and markers that were exposed to the elements are now hard to decipher because of corrosion and weathering due to the elements. And another aspect of runic inscription that may be lost now is the possible painting of these symbols on objects. Most coloring has worn away, but some items today still show telltale evidence of paint colors. Red, brown, blue, and black are the primary color traces noted on ancient Viking runes, but the painting itself may have been more creative and detailed than what we will know. Runic engravings and carvings were important during the Viking Age. These inscriptions recorded the early phases of the language of the Scandinavian people and give us an idea on the way in which the ancient Vikings spoke. The areas where runes have been located also give us a better idea of the geographical regions the Vikings not only lived, but where they also visited during their era. The content in runic inscriptions gives us an indication of how Vikings saw themselves and what was deemed important to them. Rune stones also depict to us a recorded history of Viking voyages, feats, and activities that took place during the time. Some inscriptions uncovered even depict not only where someone was laid to rest, but a record of the deceased Viking's possessions. Runes could also be used as legal documentation, to name a location, or to place possession on an item or object inscribed. Runic memorials also give us an interpretation of what behavior and attitudes were prominent amongst the Vikings, and what was admired during the Viking Age in one another. Memorial engravings often depict a culture that was aristocratic, a people that were bonded by bloodlines and ties of clan and family duty. These types of memorials often praise attributes such as generosity, valor, respect, honor, and honesty. Being well known or famous during the Viking Age was usually reserved for those that were recorded for their heroic deeds. Chapter 3: Societal Norms of the Viking Age. Slavery. While the documentation of slaves during the Viking Age is prominent, there is little that remains today that gives us a fair representation of what slavery looked like during the period. Slaves were poor and had no political or economic influence, so were easily discarded without memoriam. There were crimes during the Viking Age that were punishable by slavery, and if a child was born from slaves, those children were only given the same social status as their parents. It is often considered that one of the main reasons for Viking journeys and raids was to capture, buy, and sell slaves. Some people of higher social status were sometimes kidnapped by the Vikings and held for ransom, especially if the wealthy family had ties to the Christian church. Slaves of the Viking Age were, of course, subjugated by their masters, but it seemed their exploitation was regulated by rules as well. They likely provided much of the intense labor required for building. It is documented that they worked in the fields and in homes, and female slaves were often used for sexual gratification during long voyages abroad. Ironically, female slaves that were of exceptional beauty or that had high status in a wealthy home could often live in a fair amount of luxury, and skilled slave craftsmen were often highly revered by the home as well, and thus treated kindly. Slaves were often sacrificed if their masters died, and the sex of the master and slave did not appear to be relevant. In some regions of Scandinavia, slaves could have their freedom bought for them, while in other areas, freedom only was possible after several generations of a slave's bloodline stayed within a location. Freed slaves were likely a landless, poor class of people, and often worked farms for others before being able to afford to build and work their own. Many slaves immigrated and became skilled craftsmen to earn their way. The cultural position of skilled tradesmen and craftsmen seems to be one that was greatly respected, even if the shipbuilder was a slave. Women. Much evidence available today indicated that women held a prominent status during the Viking Age, even if men did have the upper hand. Women seemed to be able to exercise an authority almost equal to their male counterparts, and were vital and respected members of society with a social class all their own. Men were often away during the summer months, raiding and sailing to distant lands, and it was the Viking women who were often in charge of the home front in their stead. Women were praised for their abilities and successful running of a home and farm, and for their skills of weaving and crafting. The family unit was important during the Viking Age, so it is no wonder that many runic monuments mention wives and women in general. Royal lineage on a Viking's mother's side was enough to claim legitimacy to any throne, and women could inherit lands from their spouses, parents, and children. While inheritances were not split equally between brothers and sisters, females were still given a percentage or piece of their own upon the death of a family member. Daughters were less likely to inherit wealth, as they needed a dowry when they were wed. Although a few women were mentioned in ancient runes that depict that there were a few women who were skilled crafters, skalds, and rune masters outside of the home, there were not many opportunities for women other than what they could provide on the domestic home front. Women that were landowners often rented their properties to men or families. Marriage during the Viking Age was an alliance between families that were socially equaled. Women brought dowries, and men may have contributed a sum of money or wealth as well, and all things brought into a new marriage were belonging equally to the brides and grooms. Women could divorce at will, and this practice was shocking to many other regions that encountered Scandinavians. Adultery committed by men was punishable by death, while women who committed this crime were often sold into slavery. Ironically, a free man of certain wealth could have more than one wife, and children born to a free man by a slave or equal were the children of their father, and therefore seen as legitimate. Children. Children born during the Viking Age were regarded strangely. Prior to the introduction of Christianity to the pagans, unwanted children were often left to the elements, and there are very little memorial runes or burial sites for children found. Childhood itself was a brief period, and children were often given daily responsibilities and tasks from early ages. Canute the Great was only a teenager when he and his father set out on a voyage to England, and when his father died the following year, he came to power and led the army that his father had the lead. Merely 2 years later, Canute was the ruler of the entirety of England. Free people. The free class of people was the backbone of Viking society. These people were apart from the aristocracy and slaves, and this category was where most of the landowners, farmers, servants, hunters, and craftsmen and tradesmen settled. There were also merchants and professional warriors among this social class of Vikings. The free people were able to express their opinions and vote during the assembly when public issues of concern were discussed and courts were held. Free people had the right to bear arms, carry weapons, and were protected under the laws that governed the region they lived in during the era. Free people seemed to have their own classes within their class, and their status often depended upon how wealthy they were, whether they held a position of influence or importance, and if they came from what today we would consider old money or family wealth. This hierarchy is apparent as documented by varying amounts of fines that were placed on people ordered to make restitution. Most people's wealth coincided with the amount of land they owned and farmed. While many operated their own farms, wealthier families could section out their lands and lease them for other free people to work for a price. Land holdings were also the base of royalty, power, and aristocracy. The size and prosperity of a farm or land dictated the amount of wealth and social status. Other than farming, wealth could also be acquired by raiding, fighting under a chieftain or king, or by embarking on expeditions to other countries and amassing land abroad. Assets that were obtained abroad may include land, gold, silver, and bragging rights, all of which enhanced social status in the Viking Age. Immediate familial ties usually determined the opportunities in life available to Vikings. and it was usually only in royal bloodlines that extended family obligations were mentioned. That is not to downgrade or give the impression that family was not important. On the contrary, family and kinsmen were the most important obligations a Viking held to, but other ties were also important culturally. Members of a fellowship or army were tied by oaths. There were trade associations that required bonds, and common rules and obligations to the rule of law were important ties within villages. Other obligations to consider in the Viking Age were the defense of a region or common land, the upholding of edicts as passed during assembly, and religious obligations and culturally acceptable norms. Aristocracy and kings. The aristocracy and kings during the Viking Age held power over the freemen of the era. Customs dictated that the Althing, or assembly, controlled and regulated local social customs and rules of law. Historical documentation points to the collective society as being in control of major decisions that affected specific regions, and the assembly was the highest point of authority during the Viking Age. Vikings were a democratic people for the most part, and all free adults were afforded the right to not only vote on matters of importance, but also voice their opinion during the assembly. Higher-level decisions of politics were in the hands of the king and magistrates. The military power, held by the wealthy, indicate that the Althing did have to accept and bend to the edicts of the higher authority. Social class was like a pyramid. At the top sat the king and his edicts, below him his fellow aristocrats and their deference to him, and then the assembly. The king and the aristocracy assumed greater control over land, trade, and the production of goods. To exemplify the balance of power, although royal lineage followed bloodlines, the assembly had to willfully accept the succession from one king to another. Kings in Denmark seem to belong to a single dynasty that was established before the dawn of the Viking Age. Denmark seems to have been a united kingdom for the most part, as opposed to Norway. Chapter 4. Europe. Historians associate the beginning of the Viking Age in Europe with the accounts of Scandinavian raiders along the coasts of the British Isles during the last decade of the 8th century, primarily the raid of Lindisfarne in 793. This raid is documented in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. The first documented raid on the Frankish Empire was documented in 799, and it was shortly after this specific raid that the Franks began to organize a defense against the Vikings. The first recorded attack on the mainland of Europe itself occurred in the west in 810 in Frisia. This attack was a political attack, as Godfried ordered the building of a border wall in 808. Godfried and Charlemagne were planning military strikes against one another, making them weakened to Viking raids. During the raid on Frisia, 110 pounds of silver was paid as tribute to the Vikings. Through architectural finds, Viking hoards were uncovered, attesting to the amount of wealth they amassed during the Viking Age. Large hoards of silver, metalwork, and jewels were uncovered. It became a custom to pay tribute to Viking raiders in exchange for protection from other raiding Viking armies, almost like an insurance policy to protect the region from further plunder. This was called paying Danegeld, which translates into Danish tax. While it is well documented that monks and aristocracy died at the hands of the Viking warlords, the main goal was always to hold monks, the wealthy, and saints of the church for ransom that was to be paid by a demanded weight of silver and sometimes gold. While monasteries were initially the primary targets of the Vikings, they, by no means, were the only targets the Vikings focused on. While the initial purpose of raiding Western Europe was most certainly to attain wealth, the concept of conquering to establish trade was equally part of the goal. Trading sites have also been recorded targets, as well as European families of wealth. The Viking conquests in York and Normandy became bases for Scandinavian trade and encouraged commercial development between the two continents. Over the course of the Viking Age, the tactic of raiding and then trading with the region resulted in a large trade route that was ultimately controlled by the Vikings, who instigated these actions. This practice and evolution only aided in the expansion of the Scandinavian influence in Western Europe and furthered their control in the region. The trade network set in place eventually spanned from Spain to the Mediterranean. While these raids often had violent implications for Europe, they stimulated growth and the redistribution of wealth, and even produced new population growth because of colonization, immigration, and the traveling of others along the trade route. Apart from the attack in 799 of St. Philibert's Monastery, the first recorded Viking attack took place in 820 at the month of the Sin. A fleet of approximately 13 ships attempted to raid Flanders, but was repulsed by the coastal guards set in place. The fleet then attempted a raid at the mouth of the Seine, but once again were thwarted. When the fleet finally arrived in southern France, they were finally able to reach landfall and seize what they could plunder. Later, Viking chieftains were given regions near the mouth of the rivers. In return, were asked to provide protection from other Viking pirates, and so another form of tedious defense was obtained for a price. Harald Klak was granted the region at the mouth of the Weser River, where the border between Frisia and Saxony formed. Harald was one of only 3 Danish kings during this period and had long been aligned with the Franks. Harald's position in his native homeland became unstable for him, so this new region provided him with sanctuary and a place of retreat if he was ever exiled from his home. Harald was later exiled the next year and soon became one of the many Viking chieftains who were able to take advantage of the power struggles that already existed in the Frankish Empire among the inhabitants. Louis the Pious was another Frankish ruler who was in open conflict with his 3 sons, and in 833 he was captured by his sons and overthrown. So, Louis the Pious was able to regain his rule, but he was still unable to bond the nobility for the greater good. The empire's defenses eventually broke down because of this conflict, and Vikings began streaming through steadily in the end. Dorstad was one of Europe's most prolific trade centers at the time, and it was also important, like in the Scandinavian trade network. In 838, King Horik, the ruler of Denmark, sent messengers to Louis the Pious, denying any capability for the ransacking of Dorstad, and made it known he had killed the leaders of the raiders who had devastated the region. In return for the favor, he asked to be given Frisia, but was refused. Lothar, one of the sons of Louis the Pious, and Harald Klak were the likely suspects of the raids on Dorstad and other locations, and Louis the Pious spent much of his life trying to defend and fortify his kingdom until his death in 840. In 843, the Frankish Empire was divided into 3, and each of Louis the Pious's sons was given regions to control. By this time in 843, the Viking outpour was unstoppable, but was also a financial waterfall for many people. In 835, amidst the sacking of Dorestad, Viking expeditions to South England were underway, and many such voyages followed in Ireland, escalating Viking activity in the regions exponentially. In 841, the Vikings decided to sail further up the Seine and plundered the region of Rouen. The year after that, they raided the major trade center between England and Ireland, known as Keltuvik, and Nats was also raided. The raid on Keltuvik was specifically chosen on St. John's Day, June 24th, 843, and the village was full of people who had gathered for the celebration and feast. Expeditions to raid, plunder, and take tribute had grown to massive proportions by this time, and Viking raids escalated everywhere. The wealth the Scandinavians were amassing did not come without a price, though. Soon after the successful raiding of Paris, the leader of the heathen army, Ragnar, was killed or fell ill, and many Vikings began to feel that their efforts were being cursed for their deeds. King Horik of Denmark even offered to release all the Christian captives he held. Despite the losses the Vikings were taking, this did not slow their aspirations. Churches, entire villages, and monasteries all fell victim to Viking raids, and even some rural populations were targeted. Vikings took money and tribute from those regions that had it to offer, and often took slaves in areas too poor to pay the ransom they requested. In 845, many Vikings chose to settle in the countryside in Aquitaine, and in 850, they were offered land to settle after raiding along the Seine, also as entreaty by Charles the Bald to ask their help in a battle against Lothar. During this time, several Viking armies were moving among many regions, and King Charles promised a fortune to one army if they drove another, led by a Viking known as Valand, from the area in 861. The following year, this same Valand joined forces with Charles and was baptized a Christian, and Valand then fought fellow Vikings for Charles until his death in 863. During a national assembly in 864, the people gathered to discuss and debate their Viking epidemic. Royal edicts banned nobles from seizing the property of free people to prevent the nobles from undertaking military actions against the Vikings in the name of the king. Selling weapons and horses to Vikings was banned, and fortified bridges, town walls, and fortresses were ordered. In 870, the north area of central Francia was divided by east and west Frankish kingdoms. Charles the Bald held regions to the coast that stretched around the Rhine, and he decided to make an alliance with the Viking warlord Rurik, who had controlled the Dorstadt and Frisia for some time at this point. The political maneuvers that took place among the Viking chieftains, the Frankish rulers, and Denmark are indistinct in history, but it is certain that at different times Frisia gave accommodations to claimants of the Danish Empire. Vikings, chieftains, and warlords during this time amassed great wealth, thanks to political maneuvering, and enjoyed much independence and were somewhat equal to the country's own nobility. The Vikings either could not or chose not to prevent all the attacks on the region. After the consecutive raids in Dorstadt, a large flood and changes in the course of the river led to the decline of the trade center's importance. In 877, Charles the Bald died, and over the course of the next 11 years, West Francia saw 5 different rulers upon his death. During Charles's declining health, the Vikings had been busy in England with their raids, but again, they turned their sights to Francia and increased their expeditions once more. The Vikings continued to raid along the coastlines, but now began to move inland in their quest to conquer. Fortified fortresses were built to dissuade Viking raids, and defenses improved. Towards the end of the 9th century, the golden era of the Viking Age began to end. The success of the raids began to slow, the flow of gold began to cease, and the attacks were more difficult to achieve. King Alfred of England realized that the Vikings were coming back to England after several unsuccessful raids in Francia, and his defenses were effective. Finally, in 896, the Viking warriors dispersed. Some of the Vikings went to Northumbria, while others went to areas that they were familiar with along the Seine. The Vikings were defeated in Bethany in 937, but attempts to eject them from Normandy were unsuccessful. King Charles the Simple set Vikings against one another around 911 and gave the chieftain Rollo the village of Rouen and the regions surrounding it, and this area became the base of the Duchy of Normandy. Western European kingdoms became stronger during the 10th century, and power began to shift yet again, and Germans overran Denmark's south border. Frisia was targeted by a few Viking raids, but England was the Vikings' primary focus. With the exception of Normandy, the Viking Age in Western Europe finally ended. Chapter 5. Scotland and Ireland. Scotland. The overseas voyage from the west coast of Norway to Shetland only took about 24 hours, so it is likely that most of the Vikings who perpetuated the raid at Lindisfarne and the regions along the north coast of England undoubtedly traveled via the Shetlands during the 8th century. From Shetland, it was a short distance to the Orkneys and onwards to the northern region of the Scottish mainland. From that point, the route to the coast of Scotland paved the way to northern England, Ireland, and the west coasts of England. England, or the coast of Iona, easily led to the Isle of Man, which is a small island located in the Irish Sea between Ireland and England. Because of the proximity and all the islands and coasts between, it was possible for the Vikings to travel to Ireland or North England and back to Norway within a summer season. Shetland was settled by Norwegians, as were the Orkneys, the Isle of Man, and the other small islands and inlets. They also colonized on the Scottish mainland as well. The region piqued their interest, not only because the climate was like Norway, but also because gaining access to these regions opened their access to Ireland and England, which were lucrative locations, not to mention these areas' ties to Iceland. Merchant ships often carried valuable loot along this route, and the Vikings could gain plenty of wealth by engaging in piracy on these merchant ships. There were also plenty of suitable raiding bases in the region, and the Orkneys was a tactical position that became a seat of an influential dynasty of earls in the 9th century. Although it is not known for certain when the Vikings reached Scotland and the Isle of Man and settled in the area, while it is poorly documented, it is related that Norwegians defeated the inhabitants in the Orkneys and many of the farms were destroyed and rebuilt by Vikings. Scandinavians assumed power in the Orkneys and Shetlands, but it is unknown whether the people that used to live there before the Viking raids were turned to slavery or killed or exiled. Evidence of the Viking influence and presence in Scotland and the Isle of Man is an enduring one, and there is much archaeological evidence to support it. Scandinavian names and graves give us a clear picture of where Vikings likely settled, and it seems that there was a concentration of Viking settlers in the Western Isles, Shetland, the Isle of Man, and Orkney. Prior to the arrival of the conquering Vikings, there were no well-established towns or villages in Scotland or the Isle of Man, and there was no development during the Viking Age. The silver hoards uncovered belonging to the Vikings indicates that while Dublin was an established trade center, it was Orkney that was a considerably wealthy place and one that the Vikings centered on. The Orkneys were under Norwegian rule until 1468, and the Shetlands until 1496, indicating just how strong the hold was in these locations. The islands in both regions had never been reclaimed by the Norwegians, but Viking celebrations and commemorations are still prevalent. While there is even less documentation of Viking activity on the Isle of Man, the wealth of evidence of colonization of this small island between Ireland and Scotland is unequal in any other excavation sites. When the Viking raids began to cease during the end of the 8th century, it was here that other Scandinavians flocked. Ireland. The Vikings' raids and conquests in Ireland often run parallel or depend upon Viking activity in other regions. The Viking invasion of Ireland can be divided into 4 different segments, with the first segment beginning in 795. During the years of 795 through the early 830s, raiding bands of Vikings began to carry out quick raids on isolated monasteries and villages on small islands and coastal regions. These were hit-and-run style raids, and with more than 30 kilometers of coastline, defense was minimal at best. There's no documentation of the building of fortresses or guarded coasts, like the defenses that Francia set in place, and many think that the Irish fleets were weak. Local defenses were sometimes successful, but for the most part, the Viking raids on Ireland were surprise attacks that ended somewhat uneventfully. In the late 830s, the Vikings increased their raids on the region, and the attacks became more daunting. In 836, large-scale, devastating attacks began, and it is well documented during this time that when the Vikings conducted these raids, they set many locations afire, took slaves, and killed almost as many as they took captive. During one specific raid on the monastery of Clonmore, the monastery was attacked on Christmas Eve, and many were taken captive, and the place of worship was burned to the ground. It is likely that raiding persisted from the fall to midwinter, and now the Vikings were already staying over during the winter rather than returning to their homelands on small islands of the region where they could regroup with little trouble. Because they were overwintering, they could hold more slaves and prisoners without having to travel far with them, which only aided the Vikings in their goals. As the raids increased, true to their habits in other regions, the Vikings concentrated on monasteries because they offered the most wealth. Many monasteries in Ireland were akin to small villages, so while they were attacked, many were well organized enough to survive the raids, only to be attacked again. Religious artifacts were not the Vikings' main objective when looting the monasteries, as their main objectives were always the accumulation of slaves, silver, gold, and bragging rights. During this 25-year period, Vikings were not the only raiders and attackers to Ireland. Ireland itself was comprised of many small kingdoms that were almost always at war or in conflict with one another. So while the Vikings raided and plundered Ireland, Ireland warred with both the Vikings and one another. Because of the kingdom's close ties to the church, burning monasteries was often a tactic of Irish warfare. Wars also broke out among monasteries and kingdoms. Everyone fought with everyone. During the second phase of the Viking expansion in Ireland, great regions of land were raided, and large fleets of Viking warships sailed inland along the Erne and Shannon rivers. This second segment occurred between the years of the later 830s through 902. During this period, Vikings were active in England and Francia as well. In 841, the Vikings built fortresses to protect their ships and established fortified bases in Dublin and Annagassan. New fleets soon joined the already present Vikings, and in 845, the attacks began to climax, and another Viking base was built in the center of Ireland on Lough Ree in Cork in 848, Dunrally on the Barrow in 862, Youghal 866, and Dun Ambliam at Clondican in 867. Documents that were recovered from this period expressed that many Irish wondered if the Vikings would not eventually overrun the entire country. The successful invasion of Ireland by the Vikings was due in large part that the kings of Ireland continued with their own feuds with one another and still had not united to vanquish the Vikings. Churches, not knowing what else to do, decided to supplement their prayers for respite with action. Clerics began to take to the field in battle. Many abbots died in battle, and their names were recorded. During the 840s, the Viking presence was well established, and new ships arrived from Denmark and Norway, and it is possible that these forces arrived from their own raids in England and Francia. By the 850s, Scandinavians were becoming an integral part of Ireland. The superior military power and weapons were noticed by the warring kings, and many sought to employ the Viking warriors to engage in battles with opposing Irish kingdoms. This integration is noted by a rise in Norse-Irish weddings, and many second-generation Scandinavians assumed Celtic names. Scandinavians were in a large part accepted by the Irish. Many of the Vikings were baptized into Christianity, and artistry began to mingle. Around this time, the Vikings began to establish themselves as international merchants and traders, as they had the ships that were required to accomplish this feat. Trade would likely have been a concept not familiar with the Irish, but it was likely they became accustomed to these practices due to their exposure to the way the Vikings accomplished these tasks. Olaf the White from Norway and a Dane known as Ivar came to Dublin in 853 and became kings shortly thereafter. The kingdoms they grew thrived and became quite powerful. Ivar died in 873, and many years of hardship followed in Dublin until the Vikings were ousted in 902 by a coalition of Irish fighters. Many of the dejected Vikings likely ran to the Isle of Man, Iceland, and northwestern England. By 875, Danes and Norsemen were warring and competing. The Irish were waging war on one another, and Scandinavians in general were raiding and colonizing the entire country. The third stage of the Viking Age in Ireland commenced in 914 through 980. Numerous fleets continued to arrive on the Irish coasts, and new waves of raids and marauding started up again. Like the wave of Viking raiders of previous years, the raids were uncoordinated in loose groups of unaffiliated Viking bands. This wave of Vikings most likely came from settlements in Scotland, England, and the Isle of Man, as opposed to their native homelands. Other groups of Vikings were known to have come to Ireland from Wales and Wessex. There were fewer and fewer opportunities for Viking conquest during this time, and Ireland was one of the few places left for successful raids. Dublin was once again established as a Viking base of operations in 917. The extensive opportunities for trade paved the way for the establishment of many new towns in Ireland, including Waterford, Cork, Wickford, Limerick, and Wexford and Wicklow. By the middle of the 10th century, Dublin had evolved and flourished into an international trade location, and during the rule of Olaf, Dublin was the ruling epicenter of the hinterlands. As it often is with quickly rising stars, the metropolis that Dublin became began to wane, and political independence was sought in 980 in the Battle of Tara. During the Battle of Tara, Olaf was defeated by the King of Meath from Eastern Ireland. After the battle was lost, the Irish once again reigned over the Vikings, and the Vikings were required to pay tribute to them. The Vikings, who had established kingships, were allowed to keep them, and they stayed in Dublin for the most part. The Vikings also kept control over the trade route, but that may have been only in a large part to the disinterest of the Irish to handle it. In the last segment of the Viking Age in Ireland that lasted until 1170, the Scandinavian presence became a fully unified part of the Irish community and culture. The villages and towns that were established flourished, and manufacturing of many textiles strengthened the financial wealth and stability of Dublin. Irish kings became more involved in village affairs, and many took up residence in the region. Coins were minted, business was booming, and this period was one of incorporation. It was not until the English conquest of Dublin in 1170 that the prodigies of Scandinavia were finally overwhelmed and beaten once and for all. Chapter 6. Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroes. The locations of Iceland, the Faroes, and Greenland were settled by Scandinavian farmers during the Viking Age, and were likely unpopulated at the time of this colonization for the most part. There weren't any people living in the large regions of Greenland, but there were Eskimos who lived further north. These regions offered no loot or wealth, but it did offer vast lands to settle and larger acreage for homesteads. The Vikings that made the trek to these regions brought their families, animals, and possessions, and began to build communities. The conditions of Greenland tested the underprivileged Viking farmers, but many persevered and built successful farms and cultivation farms. Vikings were the first Europeans to land in America, and those who made their way to North America were farmers who came from Greenland to explore. The colonizers who settled the new region were mainly from Norway, and while the climate was harsh, it helped that it was like their native homeland. It did help that the soil was unused and therefore was rich and fertile, which made planting highly successful. The economy of the newly colonized locale was one of the agriculture that included fishing, farming, livestock raising, and hunting the animals indigenous to the region. They also gathered berries and other flora that grew naturally, aside from vegetation they planted. As it was also in Norway and Scotland, the arrival of the Vikings was somewhat uneventful as the area was not settled. There were no established villages, trade centers, or towns. The lack of good timber made the location less than ideal for shipbuilding either. It is believed by historians that the reason Scandinavians chose to move to these locations and began colonization was mainly due to their desire to acquire better land for cultivation. Many of these settlers may have been poorer and impoverished, or may have lost their homelands to political maneuvers of people in power. These new lands offered many opportunities and improved living conditions, as well as the ability to prosper more than may have been possible in their homelands. The Viking settlers probably migrated in household groups, with all their worldly possessions traveling with them, including any slaves they possessed. These colonizers would load merchant-style ships with every essential item they may need to build a new home, and set out to build a new world for themselves. Iceland. The earliest discoveries of Iceland are shrouded in mystery and myth, and most documentation regarding the colonization of Iceland was recorded many years after the fact. One source cites that by 930, Iceland was thoroughly settled by the Vikings along the coasts, the plain regions, and the southern valley areas. This same recorder gave detailed information on the discovery and settlement of Iceland, but none of this information can be verified. There are also mentions of over 400 leaders of individual settlement locations, as well as the ancestry and lineage of these people. The purpose of this documentation was likely to establish a legal registration and documentation of properties, and to help these Vikings support land claims in the 12th century. While it is believed that most of the Viking settlers that came to Iceland were from northern regions of Norway, it is believed that many were also Scandinavians, which came from settlements in Scotland and Ireland. Many of these settlers had Celtic wives, and some brought Celtic slaves as well. During the Viking Age, Iceland formed many ties to the outside world because of the new colonization, mainly between the region and Norway and the British Isles. In fair weather, It is believed that a ship can sail from Iceland to Norway in 1 week and to Britain in 5 days. Greenland was visited regularly during this period as well, and the people were extensively traveled. Wool and falcons became a major export for the region, and many Viking settlers traveled between regions, being professional warriors, traders, merchants, and explorers. From the 11th century on, Norwegian kings regulated treaties and various matters of interest, and in 1262, Icelanders recognized Norway's supremacy and reign over the land and began to pay taxes. Greenland. The settling of Greenland was documented much more thoroughly than the colonization of Iceland and the Faroes. Greenland was settled from Iceland, and the eastern coast is much like Norway. The climate is vastly different, due to the snowcaps, ice, and harsher cold elements. The richest settlement was in the south, and it was in this area that Eric the Red built his famous farm called Brattahlid. The colonization and immigration of Vikings in this region were most likely undertaken by chieftains, with large groups of people under their following who were loyal to them. It is likely that these colonizing Vikings organized settlements of not only Greenland, but the Faroes, the Orkneys, and the Shetlands. There were many probable reasons for Scandinavians to migrate to these island locations. These regions were strategically located along the trade sea route. The land was good for agriculture, and farming was successful. Agricultural was based mainly on livestock that included cows, sheep, and goats, and the soil was fertile for planting. The Vikings took advantage of the rich and untapped resources of seals, whales, and fish, and hunting reindeer, bears, and birds were plentiful. Imports that were necessary to Greenland were metals, timber, grains, and iron, and the Viking settlers could easily afford these exports by trading highly valued furs, pelts, whale tusks, whale bone, and hunting falcons. These imports, provided by Greenland, were sought after by Europe, as these were items that they did not possess in the region. Viking communities in Greenland accepted the reign of Norway over their newly colonized region, and in later centuries, Norway obtained the Danish crown. Chapter 8. Paganism meets Christianity. Norse paganism before Christ. All documentation of the old pagan belief systems of the Vikings was recorded after the Viking Age by Christians, but that is not to say they did not make great efforts to be accurate in their representation of Old Norse mythology and pagan worship. The detailed accounts documented mythology and worship practices. Some information regarding pagan customs can be assembled from early texts, from legal documentation and laws. Archaeological discoveries have given much insight into the customs of burial rites and practices. Sacrifices, monument erection, and divine symbols have been uncovered as well. The varying depictions of paganism by many different sources may be why Norse paganism is often hard to decipher, hard to understand, and seems primitive to modern interpretation and studies. During the Viking Age, paganism itself also went through changes, and the concepts of Christianity started to seep in prior to conversion. It is also important to note that Scandinavian Vikings practiced paganism differently in their own varying regions. Paganism and the Old Norse religion itself was an inclusive practice, and it was easy for the Vikings to adapt and tolerate other ideas and concepts of different ways of worship. The main ideas and concepts behind Norse paganism were similar, but which gods were primarily worshipped and their ritual practices varied greatly depending on location. The gods were responsible for all aspects of life according to the Vikings, and their appearance was depicted as being similar to the appearance of humans. The gods were represented as being almost immortal, fallible, and were divided into two tribes, the Aesir and Vanir. Conversion. Through much of the years that the Viking Age occurred in, paganism was the religion of the Scandinavian peoples. Christians referred to the Vikings as pagans and often considered them heathens. Being called a pagan was an insulting term used to describe any groups of people who were not Christian. During the Viking Age, Spain was a predominantly Muslim region. The whole of southern and western Europe was Christian. In the Baltics, there were many different religions, and in Scandinavia, paganism reigned. Christianity spread by missionaries, and the Scandinavians in the south were introduced to the concepts of Christianity in the early years of the Viking Age. Paganism itself was an inclusive religious practice. This area was converted to Christianity somewhat easily. Frisia was converted in the 8th century, the Saxony in the last years of the same century, and from there Francia was integrated. Charlemagne forced a somewhat brutal conversion in Saxony, and the Christian missionaries continued north and east as political conditions in the regions allowed. Denmark was officially indoctrinated in 960 into Christianity, and eventually Sweden followed suit during the 11th century, but at a much slower progression. In 1000, the Viking settlements along the Atlantic accepted Christian conversion. Christian conversion of these regions was used as a tool to strengthen the hold of royal power, and once Scandinavians were thoroughly converted, they spread the newer religion to the Baltic areas, but missionary endeavors were not coordinated or united. During the Viking Age, the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church were rivaling faiths, and while many Vikings were introduced to the Orthodox Church by way of Byzantium, it was the Roman Catholic Church who prevailed in Scandinavia. By the time that Christianity became the official religion in Scandinavia, many Vikings had already been exposed and introduced to the religion. Some Vikings had even already been converted. A large number of Viking explorers and conquerors had been baptized while abroad on expeditions, and baptism was often a stipulation of many treaties and political alliances, and these peace treaties would be followed by a feast and celebration. Some Vikings had even been exposed to Christianity by their families, who had immigrated to England, Normandy, and Ireland, and for many centuries prior to the formal conversion, there were missionaries arriving in Scandinavia, as well as traders and merchants from Christian regions. The first known missionary to try to convert the King of Danes to Christianity was known as Apostle of the Frisians. This missionary preached in 823 in Denmark, and it is said that he baptized many people during his travels in the region. It is thought that this missionary was sent to show political support of Louis the Pious by King Harald Klak, as Harald was the first Viking king to be baptized, which was recorded in 826. A Christian missionary named Ansgar traveled to Denmark from Francia with King Harald and went about the region spreading the ideals of Christianity until Harald was exiled in 827. Ansgar's efforts in Scandinavia was met with pagan backlash at times, and in the mid-9th century, it seems the political environment changed and his conversion efforts weren't accepted or necessarily welcomed by many. Somewhere during the 930s, an Archbishop Uni continued the church's mission work in Scandinavia and traveled to Birka, and it is said that in 934, the Danish king was baptized by force after being defeated by the forces of the German king of the time, Henry the Fowler. Christianity began to spread throughout Scandinavia to the east and northern regions, and more bishops were established as the Vikings began to accept the Christian faith more and more. In Sweden and Norway, Conversion was held up for a time by resistance, but eventually conversion succeeded, and conversion to Christianity led to baptism. Christianity was a religion of goodness and victory, and these ideas appealed to the pagan Vikings. During times of war and violence, the Christian missionaries preached peace and then followed their words with actions, refusing to seek revenge when their missions and monasteries were burned. Christians gave alms to the poor and spoke of equality, and the concept of heaven piqued interest as well. To the Vikings, this new religion was interpreted as a way to strengthen power, as the church was central to many regions they were invading. It was wealthy and dependent on the kingdoms where it was practiced. Over time, preachers and missionaries took over the functions of local chieftains, and this made it easier for kings who supported Christianity to introduce and impose new government practices and societal rules. By accepting Christianity, it also negated other regions' reasons for attacking and using the defense of the one true God as an excuse for their actions. Missionaries in Scandinavia familiarized themselves with the customs and practices of the Vikings to aid in the success of conversion, and learn the language of the Vikings to encourage communication and debate. Often missionaries would seek out permission from kings to show respect before preaching in regions, and some brought riches with them to give an offering to those who ruled to gain permissions. This has been Vikings, a concise history of the Vikings, written by Bernard Hayes, narrated by J. Huff. Copyright 2017 by Bernard Hayes. Production copyright 2017 by Bernard Hayes.